Welcome back to the BlunderSpeaker Show, everyone. Great to have you here. We're here for playthrough number 3. My name is Tepid Goose. I'm your host, as always. And we are here to play against France this evening, as you can probably see from the board setup over here. We did have a poll running as per the last episode, and you had your choice. And the masses have spoken, and they have chosen Wounded Waters Bleeding and Heart of the Wildfire Transforming, as you can probably see from the table here in front of me. As it happened, I I had a little bit of time earlier in the week. So today we are Wednesday, the 5th of February. We're 9:41 p.m. in the evening, so we're getting going a little bit earlier than the game I played earlier in the week. I was just starting to explain, so I had a bit of time on Monday, and I decided to take one of the other pairings for a spin. Excuse me. Given I had a little bit of time, but as it happened, I ended up starting far too late in the evening, and it was 11 p.m. by the time I started playing. So I haven't yet decided whether or not I'm going to place or I'm going to, should I say, upload that playthrough. It was kind of a bonus playthrough. I was going to play anyway, so I sort of said I'd put on the camera and play, but yeah. Haven't quite decided yet. So this is our playthrough number 3. If you're looking at with this marked as playthrough like 3 part 1 or something like that, then obviously I've decided to upload the second part. So all depends how much time I have this week for things like editing and stuff like that. So, but look, that's a separate issue. Today we're looking at France. As we said, that's our sort of second adversary as part of the Adversary Series. And they are they're going to look to present a challenge for our duo on show for today. I was having a look through in advance. It's been quite a while since I played Wounded Waters Bleeding, so I hope I don't make too many blunders or misplays along the way with them. Pretty familiar with Heart of the Wildfire and Transforming. I really like this spirit and this aspect really quite a lot. So I think there's some really nice interplays potential with these spirits. And to be honest, looking at the sort of rules in advance and looking at the setup, I was seeing a sort of a telegraphed type style in truth with the animal side of Wounded Waters. So usually when I play Wounded Waters in the past, I've taken a quite sort of open and flexible approach and sort of see what I draft and see how the game's going. And I've had sort of different mixes with the healing cards, take like one blue one and one red one, or one, let's say, water and one animal, and mix and match, and to quite a good effect, I would say. But looking at this and looking at it in advance, and especially seeing how Heart of the Wildfire, the transforming aspect plays by placing Badlands, it makes a lot of sense to me here to be looking at the animal side of this spirit. So usually wouldn't go into a game with a plan to sort of draft and go down a specific path, as I say, but it kind of just makes the most amount of sense in this game, and it looks to me as if it's actually quite a powerful combination. So I won't be surprised if this wins comfortably. But having said that, of course, we will see how it goes. And I did mention before some of the tensions around this particular matchup with Wildfire wanting to remove Blight, Wounded Waters potentially wanting to have it there and keep it on the board, and of course France sort of punishing you for trying to remove Blight in the first place. So we'll see how that all plays out. But other than that, we're set up and we're ready to go. I do have the board set up with, of course, 3 towns in each board. I've forgotten to add my cities, I've just noticed, so I shouldn't do that. So let's go ahead and put a city in land 2 on both boards. Otherwise I have my disease, my beasts, all my Dahan look like they're there, and my blight. Both spirits add with extra blight or start the game with extra blight, so that's another dynamic that's happening here. I've got my 5 blight in the card. You'll see over here I have some reminder stuff going on. I've added a reminder token on the blight card so that I don't forget to put it back on the card. I've also added a reminder here in the fear set cards, earned fear cards, because France 6 has this random rule that's just sort of thrown on, and we can't remove explorers with fear cards. I also gonna, if I remember to do this each turn, I'll keep adding on some explorers on the invader deck, because that's a helpful thing to potentially remember that France 6 rule as well. So I think we're good to go. I think we're going to start the game here. I have my cards laid out, but I'll pull them away now and sort of draw those back into my hand. We'll do our starting explorer, and then we will get going with the game. So there's my 2 explorers from there. We're going to go ahead and start with a jungle. So we'll start with a jungle explorer. Now, the way France work is they don't take the extra explorer from France 2 during the setup, which is quite nice, because we've got 2 empty lands that would have explored with 2 explorers under normal circumstances, but on the first turn they don't do that. They do, however, do the France 6 rule on the first turn, and I find that just a little bit clunky. For balance reasons, I'm sure it's fine, but from a kind of a technical, mechanical standpoint, it's a little bit clunky to do one and not the other during setup, but that's just kind of the way it goes. And we have to add this into a land on each board without any explorers, so I'll go ahead and add that on that land and that on that land with our two starting animals, or beasts, should I say, and I think that should work out pretty well. We know, of course, Wildfire has an easy time dealing damage to invaders in its own lands, so that should hopefully work out pretty nicely there. I think, generally speaking, one last note about how in isolation these spirits probably have a pretty okay time against France, I would say. Obviously transforming, destroys buildings and generates more explorers, so that's obviously going to be something tricky we're going to have to watch out for, and I think that's why overall this probably isn't a good matchup. It's maybe more in the middle, because you do deal a lot of damage, so we'll watch out for that mechanic as well. And on the side of Wounded Waters, they obviously have a lot of really good stuff going on. They do a lot of things with kind of killing, moving people around and dealing damage and stuff like that. So that all should work pretty well, but they are a little bit slow out of the gate. So we'll see how that happens. But other than that, I think we're ready to go here. I'm gonna have a little sip of my got myself a fancy drink for this evening in my fancy beer glass. It is a non-alcoholic beer, unfortunately. I've been off drink for a couple of months now, so I'd like to say I'm feeling great about it. But truth be told, I wish this was a fancy craft beer, because I'm one of those craft beer snobs that everybody hates, myself included. But I'm stuck with this stuff, so it'll have to do. A nice drink of that, at the very least. It's cold, so I'm sure there's people at home behind their computer screens now looking with disgust that it's a sparkling water and non-alcoholic guy. Or non-alcohol beer guy, but it is what it is. They're the paths I unfortunately have to walk. So we've got our explore going. We know where we are, and we can start to plan out our turn here. So Wildfire is usually looking to start moving around the board, obviously, and start to deal damage. On the first turn here, they're going to be able to go ahead and, jump into one of these jungles, most likely here, and pick off one of these explorers. They can do that with either growth option here. So usually you're having to kind of track and manage your growth options with Wildfire pretty carefully, because usually, certainly the way I play them with a very heavy bottom track focus. I don't think I've ever once played this spirit with a major sort of intent. So I'm usually just traveling almost fully down the bottom track before I really think about top track at all. So with that said, you have to manage your G2 and your G3 and be a little bit careful about picking your spots at the right time. You do, of course, want to gain as many power cards as you can to stretch out that reclaim, because this is very much a spirit that does not want to reclaim. Obviously, you don't place a presence while you reclaim, and that's losing out on that sort of extra damage that you have. So I'm usually looking to gain as many power cards as I can, and sort of, use that sort of, at a presence 3 away to be able to kind of jump across the board. And then, of course, when I need to, use the G3 to go at a range 1. So here will be a nice opportunity to go range 1, but I don't really want to use the G3 unless absolutely necessary. So I might think about hitting a G2 here, jump over and pick off that explorer potentially. Just looking at my hand here in terms of what I can actually do. One thing I also could be thinking about instead is to asphyxiating smoke and sort of get that done and out of my hand. This is a good candidate to forget with your transforming rule and kind of cycle through. So getting that out of my hand sort of early is not a bad shout, and it would of course be able to solve either of these two lands once they place a town after they build. So in that case, if I want to do that, I would G3, and it might look like G3 in here, kill this explorer, and then use the asphyxiating smoke over here and kill that town, and that would kind of solve two lands for us with a single card play, which is probably not bad. I would of course also then get to pick off this explorer on this side of the board as well with my Firestorm ability. Other than that, looking at a Flames Fury is not really doing anything for us this early. It's a very high value card. We want to keep that for the right moment. Threatening Flames, generally that's a good card once you maybe explore into this land, or you know, maybe push a town or something in there and you can kind of get it out of your way. So I like the card Threatening Flames in the right spot. This isn't really it at the moment, and Flash Fires is not a particularly exciting card. You generally do want to try get it with the in a moment where you have a 2 air, but also it doesn't give you a plan, so playing on the first turn is also not really ideal. So I think that's more or less what we're going to do on that side. That's a tentative G3 going from bottom track and then solving sort of 1 and 2. We'll go ahead and place that for now and just check and make sure that all makes sense once we look at the side of Wounded Waters. Quick note about Wounded Waters Bleeding. They're a very strange spirit. Probably most people will be familiar with them. I won't comment too much in terms of their structure overall, but they do of course gain these healing cards, which I have up here in the top corner of the screen. They start with 4 energy because they start the game with 0 energy and 1 card play for the first number of turns, which is not super exciting, let's say, but they have you know, you can do things like try to go for a major on the first turn of the game, which is a strategy some people look to employ. In some matchups that might be a good idea. Not for me in this one. For me in this one, we have a good setup and a good strategy with our innates and what we have on here, and also then when we get the extra cards with the with the extra healing cards as well. So all of that seems to play well with a kind of a card plays heavy type of approach. So I don't want to be thinking about mages probably at all in this game, really, with either spirit. So that's kind of what I'm thinking about, is just lots of card plays, lots of innates, use all of that to kind of move and get going throughout the game, and we'll see how that plays out. So excuse me, something just got my throat. Excuse me. So we will look to, because we don't really have another option, we will look to gain a power card and add a presence at range 2 in this case. So we'll go ahead, as I say, and look for a minor. 1, 2, 3, 4 minors here, and we will obviously take from there. And we've Bird's Cry Warning, Like Calls to Like, Renewing Boon, and Prowling Panthers. We are probably looking, if we can, to pick up animal cards. Prowling Panthers is not a particularly exciting card, but we do have a lot of beasts, and if we're looking to go down this kind of animal track, we have, when your powers either add or move beasts, you can deal some damage, and we have kind of gathering beasts and using beasts to kind of push things and things like that. So it's probably quite a nice card for Wounded Waters. It also gives us some of that fire for the potential of the top level of this innate here. Other than that, Bird's Cry Warning, it's a decent enough card. We talked about it during the Sweden episode. Renewing Boon, not looking to remove Blight, and then Like Calls to Like here is some of our elements as well, especially if we were going more on the left side of things. It can gather some stuff. It's probably okay here, but I think ultimately it's probably not really better than Prowling Panthers or Bird's Cry Warning. I think Bird's Cry is probably the best card of the 4 here, but I think for me at this particular moment in time, I'm going to look to pick up that Prowling Panthers, adding the beasts, using the Badlands, damage, all of that good stuff. So I think we're good to go on, on that one. Let's make sure that's still lined up okay there in the camera. Yep, so that's gone. Prowling Panthers is here. And I don't obviously have any healing cards to begin. That's okay. We get to choose either a water or an animal here, and I've got my elements to the side. My nice thick, chunky elements from the token pack too. So really happy with those. Super happy with picking that up at Christmas time just gone. But we've one card play here, and I think what we can do is we can either, two choices here, I think. We've got this slow phase, push and explore, and a town, which could work quite nicely. You know, it can help with maybe an explore into up here. We could solve and explore up in that sands up there. That could be something. We could also on this side of the board here potentially solve. What could we solve? We couldn't really solve anything from there. We could solve one of these ravaging lands after they built with this, but we said on our side of Wildfire, we probably have that problem sorted. We have to go from a land with blight, so we just have to remember that. We're usually looking to grow into lands with blight, but on the next turn we'll have a gather one blight into one of your lands, so that'll help us. But for targeting requirements, we may look, you know, we could, for example, jump over here. If I grew into that land over there, that would allow me to solve a wetland explorer or a sands explorer, which are two of the remaining three of the terrain types. So that will be what, wetland and sand. So basically we're saying at that point that mountain will be the one that we wouldn't solve. If it explored in here, we could push, you know, two of them out, and it would help quite a bit, because that would stop a France 4, which is the triangle trade. So that could stop a city build here, and it would be another explorer in there. So that actually basically does something good against all three terrain types right now. So I can basically then look to grow at range 2 over to here, and that would help me solve, as I said, this land in here. So that kind of gives me coverage for all three terrain types with that card, and that seems pretty good. The other thing I was talking about was potentially playing this card here, which is add a beast and a disease. Again, disease is also really nice, and if this one didn't line up so well with the board, I was thinking about playing this one. Otherwise, you've got gathers and towns, which is not doing much right now, and you have 1 damage in one of target spirit's lands. Not looking super important right now. I think we could probably do better with that card as well. So let's go ahead and play the one card that I said. We'll play the Rack with Pain and Grief. That's going to cost us 1 energy. We don't have an energy income on this side, but we can at this point decide basically which one of these 2 and 8s we want to pick up. And of course, then we would claim our healing marker after doing that. I do want to go, as I say, down the animal side of things with the healing marker. So if I would take an animal here paired with the animal there, that would give me 1 healing marker right off the bat. I don't have to do it. I do have 1 to give. So even if I want to basically hit 3 of the first 3 healing markers, 2 of them want to be animal. So you know, I do have basically one water to give if it comes to it. But right now I'm essentially looking at the 2 and 8s. 1 is going to give me at range 1. I can ping and do a single damage, which is not bad, and actually that would solve this. At range 1, we talked about being able to push almost everything out of here, but there'd be an explorer left behind, so that wouldn't be able to solve that land, and that's something really nice. So I think we'll probably go ahead and do that. Even if it misses on mountains, we'll still have some options around here. We could, you know, pick off some I don't know, if it's wetland, we could maybe pick off an explorer in there or in there, and so on. You know, so I think we're pretty good on that. This one would let us push 2 explorers, which, now that I look at it, can help us solve one of these type builds. You know, double explorer in there, double explorer in there, maybe a double explorer in here. You know, it would help us solve double explorer in any of those 3 land types, which is probably just strictly better for us right now than the 1 damage. So that seems pretty important. That seems pretty important. So it does mean if I take the water right now, I lock in 1 healing element up here, a healing marker. I really don't want to go down that route, because against France here, what we'd end up doing is we're downgrading towns. We downgrade them back into explorers, which is still causing us potentially problems down the line. So the whole sort of downgrade mechanic that Wounded Waters has doesn't really work too well into France. And as I say, I've sort of got Badlands as a thing that's going in this game. So I do really want to be pushing down the route of animals, and it does mean then that I'd be really forced into animals for basically the rest of the game. For the next two turns, should I say, which I think should be okay. In my hand right now, I have all but one card will give me animal. And even if I play that one single card as my one card play next turn, I can still take the animal. So I should be able to lock in the animal on the other 2 turns, but it just makes so much sense for me right now to be able to take the water. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. I'll take the water this time. This could come back to bite me. It's maybe slightly greedy, but I think it's the right play. So I'll take the water. I'll take the healing marker up here, the water. I've added the presence. I've gained the power card. I didn't gain any energy, but I spent my 1 over here. We're going to go ahead and lock this in. So then we're going to go here, ping this. This is dead. Of course, transforming doesn't do anything when your explorers die, so that's good news. It will, of course, turn this town over here into 2 explorers, and that's something we, as I say, we need to be really careful about. But that's okay. For this energy, or for this energy spike, we'll take 2 energy plus 1 per fire showing, so that's going to be 3 total. So we'll get our 2 on our asphyxiating smoke and 1 more down here. That's fine, and then we will be able to lock that in for this land over here. And I think other than that, no, we'll also use our innate here, which is Firestorm. We'll kill that at range 0, because we have 1 plant and 2 fire, so that's going to kill that. You're dead. So we've done that. We obviously don't have transforming, and we have on this side, I'll mark that innate. So I think we're good to go here. Let's flip the first event. We won't be carrying out an ominous dawn, so thankfully or hopefully that means we have no ominous dawn ahead of us, but let's keep moving on. Did we generate a fear for any reason, or is that just hanging around here? I think that's just hanging around here, right? We didn't use anything that generated fear. No. Okay, so let's build. No, that's the wrong thing from there. So, well, actually, it's not the wrong thing, because I have a city building here. I have, you can see I've got my my dice thrown in at the top of my box, so I don't accidentally pick up towns from there. They are, of course, coming from this pool. So that's a town, nothing, and a city. That's a pretty problematic land up there. I didn't really think too much about that land when I was looking at my card plays, but it wasn't really like there was all that much I could have done with it anyway. Could in theory have done a gather up to 2 out of that land to stop a city being built, but you know what, I think it's one of them that's just kind of Blight Cascade and we just kind of forget about it. So I think that's all fine. We'll go ahead then, of course, and we will explore. We didn't have a triangle trade and we didn't have any conversions. Now we have a mountain explorer, so we are going to go ahead and explore over here. I never put my 2 explorers back from the last time, but that's okay. We'll go explore, 2 explorers, 1 explorer over here, and unfortunately we hit the kind of worst of the 3 terrain types, because this is going to require 2 cards in there to solve that 1 land, and we would have been fine if we had of course picked up the animal innate, but that's okay. We'll go and we'll take our 2 explorers and we'll put 1 on each board. 1 is going to go straight back in there, and the other 1 is going to go on this board somewhere where we don't have an explorer. I think I'll just go ahead and put it in. Oh, actually, we can go and put it in there. That's going to work out quite nice because that's about to ravage, and it'll get a free kill in the land there. So that's a nice pattern to keep an eye out for. If you're playing against France, if you sort of solve the build, empty a land, and then you can France 6 back in like this into that land, that's going to now get a free kill with the Dahan counterattack. Assuming, of course, we don't hit any edge cases. So that's fine. What we did say on this side of the board then with transforming was we're going to go ahead and generate a fear, plus we'll do one more by killing this town. So that goes back on the supply, and that gets replaced by two explorers, and we push them both. Where are we pushing these explorers is the question. Push them in here. Make one sort of horrible looking town over there. One thing I already forgot on my first turn is the Wildfire placement special rule. So you can push any number of Dahan plus all beasts. So in this case, I came in here and I could have pushed that Dahan. As it happens, maybe if I pushed them out, I wouldn't get this free attack, but there was nowhere really for that to sort of obviously to push. I could have potentially pushed them in there. Maybe I would have done that, but look, it is what it is. We're not going to go back and retrofit that one. I'll try to remember in future. This is one of the special rules I forget the most in all the game, even though I play the Spirit quite a lot. So hopefully I don't forget that too much. So, okay, what we have basically now here is we've got on this side of the board, we said most certainly range 1 from a land with Blight is 2 fear, and push this and this. I think I'll push them into that land there, sort of group up my invaders again in that space. And then I will be able to, on this side of the board, go push up to 2 explorers / Dahan / Blight. And the question is, where do I do this? Because I can do it in here, obviously, and I can empty that land. That's now going to build 2 towns. This land is going to build 1 town. So it seems to me as if the easy answer is push 2 explorers. And where do I push them? So in this case, I can either push them into a wetland, which is a 50-50 shot of hitting next turn, which I don't love, or I can just push them up into that jungle, which is already, ravaging and hurting me pretty badly anyway. So I think I'll just push them up there and see if I can't do something about that land in future. We'll just cross our fingers a little bit and hope that one doesn't come up again. So I think that's fine. We're going to take quite a bit of Blight on the first turn, but that should hopefully be okay. And I just noticed over here with asphyxiating smoke, that's not a May. I have to push one of these Dahan. So pushing those Dahan, where do I want to push them? I'm just wondering whether I want to push them in there and look for a defend in that land. Well, I'm just thinking right now, so my growth next turn, I'm going to want to grow here. That'll get me 2 card plays, and at the very minimum that can maybe come over here and pick this off. Yeah, I think I'll push in here and look for a defend card. I've got 2 drafts next turn. I'm going to draft here again with Wounded Waters, and I will look to draft with Wildfire. So I'll push that in there with the asphyxiating smoke. All of this is done, and we're going to go ahead and we're going to loop back into growth. So the smoke is over here, and the rack with pain and grief I'm going to put off because I've got my healing cards in the corner here. That one's going to go off to the side in my discard pile. Myself a wee drink of nonsense, and we'll go back and we'll go ahead. So on Wildfire side, we said we're going to draft this time. Look to draft a minor. 1, 2, 3, 4. We have Razor Sharp, we've got Confounding Mist, Portent of Disaster, and Roiling Bog. Roiling Bog, of course, a lovely combination of plant and fire, which is always going to be pretty hard to turn down. Other than that, we've got Razor Sharp, which I don't love as a card. It's not really doing all that much for us right now. I mean, I could, like, you know, grow into here, deal 1 damage with my growth, and then potentially hit that with a second card to destroy this. But I'm already looking to grow over into that land to stop that build anyway. So that's not really doing much for us. Confounding Mist is an okay card, you know. It could do something like here, build 2 towns and then push the 2 of them out. So that could be something. But I think Roiling Bog here, despite it not being a hugely exciting card for us, it's at least something, and it gives us our nades. And usually with Wildfire, you are looking to draft as many 0 cost good element cards as you can, and in this case, that's one example. So there were some other okay cards there, but I think the elements just pips it for us in this case. We will, of course, grow from bottom track. As I say, we'll grow over here and stop that Ravage, so that will grow over there and kill this. That's 1 damage when I grow there. I do then get 2 card plays. Now, the only other thing I'm thinking here is I could take this opportunity. I'm not sure I'm going to, I probably won't, but I could take this opportunity to grow from top track, just to point out it's an option, and I could grow into that land from top track, and I could deal 2 damage rather than 1 and kill the 2 explorers there. So that is something available to me, and it would solve that land, but it would leave this land, and that land would still be a problem for us, and I'm not really in love with that all too much, I don't think. Just wondering what I'm going to go ahead and play this turn. So I still have that rubbish flash fires, which I can't afford. I have Threatening Flames, which isn't really doing it for us here. I mean, it's okay, but I'm not really looking to do anything with that on this turn. And I have Roiling Bog and Snagging Thorn as well. Just thinking here now, that play I said before, if I go in here, destroy them 2, what it does mean is on the following turn after this builds, I can grow over here again, and I can deal 2 damage and kill the town, and I could solve the land that way. So this lets me solve basically two of those mountains if I do it this way. I'm usually not super keen on going straight for the second fire so early in the game. I prefer to sort of tip away, as I've done here, you know, grow over there, kind of take care of lands without adding blight, especially when I'm about to add 1, 2, 3 blight to this board here. So I'm not in love with all of that. I can take these back. I don't really have a reason for playing 2 cards here. Is kind of what I'm thinking about in terms of a tiebreaker here. They're the 3 cards, well 4 with flash fires in my hand, and I don't have a particularly exciting combination of any 3 right now. So I'd be thinking I'd be underplaying, which is sort of what's giving me the tiebreaker of do I want to go top track. But that's okay. We can make a decision on that now in a minute. I'll put that to the side for a moment. I'll think about what I want to do here with Wounded Waters. So they, on their side, they do have a card, for example, next turn that can gather these 2 towns out of that land. I talked about it already, and that potentially could help us there. That's something. To stop at least the ravage and the blight. We're not going to be able to stop Blighted Island in this game, so that's not really something in my mind right now. I know I'm going Blighted Island because I place loads of Blight with Wildfire, and I'm not going to get it back on the card quickly enough for the France 5 rule, so I know for sure that's going to flip. So I'm not really thinking, in a lot of games I'd be thinking, can I only maybe take 3 Blight this turn, maybe then sort of, you know, get ahead of tempo in the invaders and sort of slow everything down. It's not really how this is going to play out, most likely, so I'm not really thinking down that route in this game. So I may just need to flip the Blight card really quickly, and that might just be okay, and hope for the best, cross our fingers on the Blight card itself. Otherwise here, just looking, what can I do with the rest of my hand? Not really all that much, and I know I'm drafting anyway, so let's just go ahead and draft first, and draft from the minor deck again. 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll add that presence at range 2 at some point, and then we'll be able to gather a Blight as well. So here we have, put those to the side for a moment, and show we have Desiccating Winds, Set them on an Ever-Twisting Trail, Tormenting Ratflies, and Thriving Choke Fungus. In this case, we have two animal cards. We still need a little bit of water if we're pushing down this animal side of the track, which we said we're kind of forcing in this game. But we do want to be, if we can, sticking with our animal elements and trying to maximize that as much as possible. Otherwise, here what we have is we have Desiccating Winds, which is a pretty nice card, given that we're going to be adding Badlands in this game. So that's certainly not a bad one. We have Set them on an Ever-Twisting Trail, which can do, I don't know, something. It could push this Explorer. So I think we said before that one was back there, and we were maybe growing over into that land. That could already straight away solve that build, which is probably pretty good. Otherwise, here Tormenting Ratflies is certainly not bad either. Being able to add disease is okay, but I have a card in my hand already that does that, so that's not a kind of a thing that's at a premium right now. I think what I'll probably do in this case is I'll do this. I'll take the Set them on an Ever-Twisting Trail. I'll use it to solve my Explore right now, and then that means Wildfire is free to roam over this side of the board on the following turn instead of being sort of locked in to solving that Ravage. So I think that's pretty good. So I'll go ahead and take that, and I'll take the Set them. I'll play the Set them on an Ever-Twisting Trail and use it to get ahead of the invaders just a touch here. We'll sort of keep that tempo going, and put the rest of those cards back in our hand for another turn. This presence is going to go where? So this time now we know we're locked into this animal, and we're playing an animal card, so that's okay. So that is going to give us another healing marker, which is going to be that one up there, and it's going to lock in the 1 damage. So where does dealing 1 damage matter? Again, we're talking about an Explorer here. So we have basically 50-50 shot of either a wetland or a sands. Right now, from where we are already, we have 2 wetlands that are going to ravage with two explorers, and we have them covered a little bit with this. This is a nightmare that we just have to hope to maybe defend or something, or I don't even know. And then we have yeah, that's kind of it. This sands is covered, and this one is pretty bad news. So I think overall, all of that looks all pretty okay. So we're not that pushed on where we have to go here. Question is, can we go somewhere and gather a Blight with this rule, and gather a Blight into a land with Wildfire? That could be something that we care about. It also could be something we don't care about. So right now, basically what we said was Wildfire is going in here with the top track. It's going to deal 2 damage. It's going to kill both of them. It's going to place a Blight, and I get a choice of pushing these to hand. And I'm going to push them in here, and that gives me a chance at a defend card for that land next turn. So I'll push them in there, and then if that goes wrong, I can always jump in there and deal with it on my growth and my damage next turn. So that's going to be Wildfire's thing there. Can we go anywhere and grow somewhere and pull some blight out of where we're going? I don't think we necessarily need to. Like, I'm just wondering, can I pull this blight somewhere interesting for Wildfire? You know. Could I grow in there, maybe pull that blight out of there or something like that? I don't think so, because we're going to want Wildfire to grow into those lands. I'm just thinking about the patterns between the two, because this obviously will be something that comes up every turn, so it's worth spending a little bit of time thinking about how this kind of works with this this little combination of the two spirits. Because we know we want lands, we want to be in lands with blight, and we want to be soon removing the blight and placing badlands there. So basically what I'm thinking right now is, where do I need a badlands? Do I grow into a land with a built-up land already and try to pull some of the blight out of there? Oh, do you know what I can do? Sorry, I just realized something pretty good that I can do. So I will do this instead. I'll grow here and I'll pull that blight out of there, because that's a bit the blight cascade. So that should have been obvious. Took me a little minute there. Thank you everybody at home shouting at your TVs. I'm okay at this game, but I'm certainly not the best player in the world, and some of those pretty quote unquote obvious plays do maybe take me a minute. I talked about this before in my previous episode around strategy and tactics, and how I think I'm pretty good at strategy, thinking of strategic plans and how I'm going to win a game long term, but I do fall down definitely on tactical play. And I'd find myself sort of with things like that staring me in the face. That's a very tactical decision that happens on a turn-by-turn basis. That's not a strategic thing, but I find that I get so caught up in strategy and thinking long-term, and that sort of thing tends to sort of get me a little bit, and I tend to sort of be not so hot with that kind of thing. So anyway, we got there eventually. So that was that. Growing there, pull that out of there, and we're good to go. And I think we're going to do it on that one rather than that one, because we're going to hope to get a little bit lucky that we miss sands here, and then we turn that into a badlands, and we think about dealing damage up there. So we have a 50-50 shot for that to be good. So I think that's pretty okay. On the side of Wildfire, they've got one card play this turn, one energy, and we've already solved that land over there. We aren't playing Fame's Fury, we aren't playing Flash Fires, we're probably not playing Threatening Flame. So let's just go ahead and play this Roiling Bog, and let's isolate a land basically, and just hope that it's one of the 50-50s that we talked about. So we'll go ahead and do that. Oh, I never plugged that in. My light has gone off. Bear with me here a second, folks. Apologies, that was on a battery. There we go. Those are, of course, the blunders that you need to come to expect on this show, unfortunately. How does the lighting look? I hope that hasn't thrown my lighting off too much. I'm going to be turning it down just a touch and see. Yeah, okay, that looks pretty okay. Sorry about that, folks. I don't know whether the light was dying on me there during that portion of the light was on its battery, so no idea what that's going to look like on the video. It may be that I need to readjust some stuff. I may do a cut from part A to part B, so you this wasn't one take, but again, for the second episode running, we're having to sort of split takes a little bit, so I might need to just recolor and rebalance some of that stuff if there was issues with the lighting and all of that, but hopefully we're good to go on that one, and we can get back to our game. Okay, so we're doing the Rolling Bog. We're just trying to spike an isolate, a 50-50, which hopefully can work out in our favor. So we're gonna look to spike in there. Over on this side of the board, then we paid our one. On this side, we paid our are 0. We do have a plant, so we hit the level 1 on this again, excuse me, so that's just going to go ahead and kill that. So that's okay. And then we will use this to generate a fear, and we'll isolate that land. Over on this side of the board, we're going to gather or push this. We will push that in there because we've got at least one disease that can help us on that particular land, and that should be okay. So we'll do that. We'll do nothing else on this side because we have all our healing markers and all that. We'll get our first healing card next turn, and I just realized I've been cheating for 2 turns, so I've caught it now. I cheated on the first turn, so I'm going to go ahead and fix that. What I need to do with this spirit after I play my cards during the spirit phase, I claim the healing marker. Or I do the, I claim the healing marker, then I do the healing thing. And then the really horrible thing, which I've been forgetting to do, is they either destroy a presence or forget a power card. Now, at this point, obviously, I'm not going to go back and sort of rethink about sort of which power card I might get rid of, but I'll just throw away a presence at this point and sort of just do that. So I would say, given that we saw the open and explore, and we knew that we were going to lose a presence up here anyway because we couldn't really deal with it, I think I probably would have just sacrificed that presence there, and then on the second turn sacrificed the presence again, so I'm not actually losing any presence to that. So that was kind of, I know I'm retrofitting that a little bit there, but that was sort of face up on the table, where I could see that's a problem I can't solve. So I'm going to at least lose 1 to the Ravage, so I might as well just go ahead and go sacrifice twice, throw those 2 away, and then not lose anything to the blight. And we of course were able to move the blight away as well, so we sort of minimized the damage over there, so that was pretty good. So apologies for that one, folks, but we got there in the end. Otherwise, everything else is pretty good here. Again, we're not hitting our transforming innate, but we should hopefully be able to do something about that next turn. So we're good to go. Let's go ahead and flip an event card here, and the event that we flip is Coastal Towns Multiply. We are, of course, still Healthy Island at this point, so we will do add a town to a coastal land adjacent to a coastal town, and that will be on both boards, unfortunately. So here we can go, oh, that's awful. Ouch, 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 ouch. Okay, well, we get a really bad one on this side. So I basically have to add a town in either of these 2 lands, and they're both awful for different reasons right now. If I put it there, I triangle trade and I place another town, which is really bad news. If I put it here, I ravage and deal a blight and kill one of my presents and all sorts of bad looking things over there. But I just have to do that because I can't do the triangle trade thing. So that's going to happen over on that board. And then on the other board, I have a somewhat similar issue, not quite, but I have to add a town to a coastal land adjacent to a coastal town, so I don't have a choice. That has to go there. So yeah, okay, that's fine. Then on each board, destroy 2 explorers among lands with thing, which among beasts, which I don't have. And then coming of age on each board, this will help slightly, add a Dahan to a land with Dahan and no blight or disease. So I'll add it here on this board, because that means I can fight back and at least kill everything in that land. And it's a pity over here, my disease is about to disappear, but I can't place that in there right now. So I think other than that, I will place that in that land instead, and that should be okay as well. So that's all right. And we'll resolve that, and we'll go ahead then and we will do our ravage here, and that's now going to give 3 blight instead of the originally anticipated 2. So it's going to be 1 there, 1 there, place 1 here, which destroys my presence, destroys a Dahan, and then that fights back and kills 1, so they both die. That goes back in the pool. And then this one, of course, dies as well in the Ravage. So that's all okay. I'll go ahead and place my 2 Explorers here now so I don't forget. And then I'll do a build. So build will be no, remove, no. So that's pretty good. We got a pretty good tempo orientation to our game there at least. And we will then go and do the Explore. So those will come off for a second. We'll flip that Sands and we'll do the Sands Explorer that we said would be a 50-50 and we missed, which is unfortunate, but that's the way it goes. We certainly weren't going to pick the Sands here because that's the land where we're good in. So we wouldn't have picked that land anyway. So over on this board, we're going to go grow. Not grow, explore, double explore. Over here. It's a pity we didn't miss, or we didn't hit the isolate. That would have been pretty nice. We have 2 awful lands on this side of the board here, so they were sort of a bad news either way. So we'll go ahead and go double explore in there, and then we will go single explore up here. And there's already 2 explorers in that land, which is again pretty bad news. Then we'll do the France 6 after we move these along, and we'll add an explorer somewhere where there isn't one already. We have on this side of the board, we've got that free Ravage trick I talked about earlier on, so we'll go ahead and go in there. And then on the other side of the board here, we have, what do we have? I can go away, I'm not sure what that, oh yeah, that was our isolate. On this side of the board, where do we want to add an Explorer? We'll add one in up here. That's just, again, sometimes we might get like the hand damage or something from a fear card, so that's just probably not a bad place to put that up there. We've 1 slow power, so let's go ahead and use our 1 slow power, which will be 1 damage and 1 fear, and push it to hand. Looks to me as if the obvious answer for that will be here. That land is a mess up there, and it's going to build a lot of explorers or a lot of towns. But either way, we're basically we're solving a single town build. So I think just sort of leave the mess and try to keep this one, minimize this one is probably okay. That deals a fear as well, and that's going to be done. All of these cards are done. No more slow powers. We'll get rid of you. We'll get rid of you, and then we'll go back to growth. That was gone as well. Okay. Now, this side of the game now, we are starting to get into transforming Wildfire territory, which is always good news. I need to think right now. Excuse me, something stuck in my throat from earlier on. I need to think right now. So I'm about to flip the blight card, which is what we talked about with transforming. So unfortunately, it's happening 1 turn earlier than I was anticipating. But you know, like I said, that kind of is what it is. We're not getting away from that. We just need to hope that it's a high enough threshold of blight going on this card that we can clean it up quickly enough for that to matter in the game. Because this is one of those games where we probably are going to have to try hit the slow healing ecosystem and get the blight back on the card eventually. But we'll see what that looks like, because we're basically going to add at least 1 blight for the rest of the game from Wildfire, plus of course whatever ravages. So we need to think about that, but that's okay for now. What can we do? So we're going to have to, of course, grow from here again, gain a power card and add a presence. Go for a third presence on this track, which unlocks 2 plays. It gives us an energy as well, and it will give us a healing card. And then next turn we can start using this really good G3, which wasn't unlocked for us so far. So we'll have the healing card this turn. We did say that, you know, going into the game, it's going to be the animal healing card. So we'll have a little look at that, what that looks like right now. That's when your powers add or move beasts into a land. You may deal 1 damage there per added or moved beast, which is nice. And then you can do the same thing basically when your powers add or move any number of the hand. You can deal 1 damage there, max once per power. So that's just 1 damage total, not 1 damage per added or moved beast, which is what it does in the first one. Worth bearing in mind here, that's when your powers add or move beast into a land. The transforming aspect does allow target spirit to replace a explorer with the beast in one of their lands, which is really nice. But it's just worth bearing in mind here that that requires a so that's transforming's ability. It's their power. It's not the power of Wounded Waters. So that won't work with this trigger, which is a little bit unfortunate, but it just is what it is. So I'm just wondering right now, because it would be nice to hit the transforming level 3, which I think is just off camera in the shot, but I'll bring that up and show it on screen right now. The level 3 is basically, as I said, replacing a explorer with a beast in one of their lands. So right now we have potentially 2 lands where that can be nice. I think on this side with Wildfire, we will probably want to be dedicating our damage to one of these other lands over here, so we don't necessarily want to be dedicating our damage in this land if we can avoid it. So it would be nice to be able to hit that, but more important than that is going to be hitting the second level, which requires a mountain, not a mountain, an earth element. Reason I'm saying this, of course, is the level 1 of the ability gives us the opportunity to give each player an any element, and I have 2 different shots right now on the side of transforming where they would want to use that. I'm also saying all of this as well before I draw a card, because it is not impossible that I want a G3 to gain the energy and be able to play flash fires. What does that do for us is the question. Well, I'll tell you what it does. If I use flash fires fast, well, can I use it fast? In theory, I could. If I play flash fires with, for example, Flame's Fury, I could give Flame's Fury here, make this 2 damage, and then fast kill that town to stop the triangle trade. So that's one thing I could do. It would require me to use my any element as a air though, and I'm not in love with that at all, because that obviously means I can't give either of the other 2, which I just talked about. So I'm pressured on sort of three angles on which element I want to use, and of course which growth option to go with which element. So I have a sort of a handful of different things that I could do here right now, but I really want to draft and try to find a defend, because the defend in that land right now could be excellent. That's what we said before. We could also look for a defend, of course, with Wounded Waters as well. So we know for sure, I think, that we're drafting on this side. So let's go ahead and draft first on this side. We'll pick up that Rolling Waters in a moment. Let's look for a defend here and hope to get lucky. So 1, 2, 3, 4. We've seen none, I think, so far. So let's see here. Steam Vents, Guardian Serpent isn't quite the defend I was looking for. Neither is Drift Down into Slumber. Scour the Land. We saw that do some work for us in our in the other playthrough that I talked about, that may or may not go live, so that we know that for sure that's a good card. But it does require, I think, the fast to be really effective, and this is not a spirit which does great work in that air department. So just thinking about it, like, if, you know, it would be amazing in there if I could fast phase it. But I obviously can't. Yeah, I mean, I could with an Annie, I could get 1 air, but I actually don't have a single air in my hand. So I can't use even the Annie to get me there, which could have got me close, but didn't quite do it. Similarly, with steam vents, I could have the Annie give me a single earth, but I don't have any earth in my hand either. So I'll just be using the Annie most likely to sort of leverage on one of my innates here to hit the kind of 1 and 3, or 3 and 1, 1 and 3, because I'll have to go to get my my animal element. So we're going to want to take that animal element, and we're going to want to play 2 other animal cards if we can. So the Guardian Serpents, what does that do? So it would let me add the beast. If I created a sacred side in here, on the following turn I could add a beast. If I have used the transforming aspect to put a Badlands in there, that could in theory go add a beast and then deal 2 damage, so that could kill one of those towns and defend a 4. But right now what we're facing up here is going to be city, town, 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 explorer. So that's 3 towns, 6 damage, plus a city is 9, plus an explorer is 10. And what I talked about right there is only getting rid of one of the towns, so that brings it from 10 to 8. So I'm nowhere near enough on that side of things. I do, of course, have the gather up to 2 from a single land, and I will most likely have to do that to be able to protect that land up there. Just thinking for Guardian Serpents, so Guardian Serpents on the following turn is probably not bad. It's probably a pretty good card with my kit right now. Drift Down into Slumber is cheaper, but it doesn't give me the animal, and the other 2, as I say, aren't super exciting. So I think I'll go ahead and take the Guardian Serpents and look to make that a plan up in there next turn. Sorry, excuse me, let me just fix that. I've kind of knocked something off my little divider just off screen here to show me where my my camera is showing. So I'll take that, get rid of these 3. Jeez, I'm knocking everything here. This is a disaster. I swear there was actual alcohol in that beer. That's gone. Speaking of alcohol and beer, let's not have any of it. I'll have some of that instead. Okay, so that's fine. So we've got Guardian Serpents lined up for next turn. We have Boon of Corrupted Blood will be very nice this turn if I can get that Badlands up in that land. So we talked before about wanting to give the transforming aspect the earth element. If I can now this turn remove that blight, place a Badlands there, and then play this Boon of Corrupted Blood, that gives me a shot at dealing 1 +2 damage in there, which would kill 2 explorers, and that would be huge news. And that would mean on the following turn my Guardian Serpents would kill the single town, and the defend a 4 would solve the land. So that would be pretty massive news. We'd really like that. So that's got to be the play. So that Boon of Corrupted Blood basically lets me solve that land if my Wildfire goes ahead and gets the card that I need. So that's okay. So we're going to play the Boon of Corrupted Blood, and then we'll pick one of the other two cards to play. The draw up to 2 towns from a land is not, I think, doing anything for us, but it's okay. We'll take a moment and we'll come back over on this side of the board. So we've got Flame's Fury, and Flame's Fury could be really nice on Wounded Waters because it would also let us take care in that land. It would let us deal an extra damage in there, which actually killing the Explorer wouldn't matter. No, it's a bit, yeah, no, ignore me. I was thinking about Badlands and the hand damage when I was going to defend on the following turn, but it's actually going to be a safe ravage. So if they attack for 4 with 1 Badlands in there, that would deal 5, City and Explorer attacks for 4 with a Badlands is 5, but only 1 point would get through. So actually, the Flame Fury won't really matter up here for that purpose, but it would let me kill the town and an Explorer, which is potentially even better than letting a city build, maybe. So that's okay. So Flame Fury works well with this. It also gives us an extra damage on our right innate as well, and potentially if I use Prowling Panthers, that could let me add a beast, and then ping an extra damage with my roiling waters as well. So there's all sorts of nice things happening right now if that's what I do. So I think we've got a pretty good turn set up there. Tentatively here, we're looking at those two and my one for the transforming aspect. So it all works out really, really nicely. We take our animal from here, plus our other 3 animals. Oh, we don't have the oh no, we do, because we get an Annie. So our Annie can give us the blue, and that gives us the second level of that. So that all works out super nicely. So that's probably our turn over there. We would gain, of course, this rolling waters here, and I'll move all of this down. I'll shift all of this down so that we can see it. That's going to go there. And then on this side of the board, then we just know essentially we have to play Flames Fury, and we have to trigger the second level of transforming. I think Threatening Flames could do something potentially nice for us here if we would jump ourselves over into this land, deal 2 damage, push the town out, and then deal another like 1 or 2 damage to kill off the city, and that stops that ravage. And that all looks pretty nice, but I will do a draft, because a draft could somehow get us there and help us in some way, potentially here. And then on the following turn, maybe look to G3 and play the Flash Fire. So we're drafting. So we're going G2. We can hit anything that costs 1 basically here, which is okay. So that's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4. We're going from bottom track, and we're going to be placing a blight, but that's okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4 looks like Uncanny Melting, Terror Turns to Madness, Pull Beneath the Hungry Earth, and Haunted by Primal Memories. So none of those hit a fire, which is okay. We can at least pick up a air card to pair with our Flash Fires for next turn, which could be okay. And there's a 0 cost air card in there. The Haunted by Primal Memories would give us the air plus the earth, which might be nice. It's range 2 from a Sacred Side. So I have a Sacred Side here. So a Sacred Side, for example, range 2 could help us with a defend at 3 in their next turn. That might be helpful. So that might be something we do. We're probably growing in here and solving this land right now, and we can push those to hand into that other land to help us fight back over in that mess as well. So that could also be helpful. We could also take the Terror Turns to Madness, but we're not playing it this turn, so that's a turn away to get 3 fear. So that's not super exciting. I think we will probably take the Haunted by Primal Memories here. And then on the following turn, we can pair it with Flash Fires with a G3. That'll give us 4 energy. We have 1 already in the bank, so that should cover more or less everything we need. And we would just need to find we need to find a fire and a plant right now off this transforming ability, but we might. It's not impossible. I think it's okay. I think that gives us a shot to find those cards that I talked about. So they're gone. That's our draft. So we take the Haunted by Primal Memories. We place this in here, which is going to go ahead and place a blight in there. So that's going to flip this card. We're going to deal some damage in there as well. I'm not sure whether the damage happens first or the blight flip happens first. It's a good question. After your thing is added, moved, in the land it goes to, first do the damage, then do the thing. Okay, so I do the damage first. It's written clearly on the card. So I'll go in here, and this is going to deal 2 damage first. I'm going to be able to push the town. So Do I want to kill the city here is the question. So I'm just looking at this right now. I have to think also, of course, that these buildings get downgraded. So if I kill the town and just push the 2 explorers out, that's kind of whatever. I can push 1 in here and 1 in here. So I need to be a little bit careful actually about that, because pushing yeah, well, I don't want to push more than 1 explorer in here, but I can push a bunch of stuff in there. Actually, it's not the end of the world if I do that. But yeah, I want to be able to basically solve this land with this threatening flames. I would use the transforming ability then to be able to place a Badlands in here and still keep 1 blight to be able to use it, and then I'd only need to ping 1 damage in there to kill those 2, but I can't split it. Yeah, I'm getting a little bit greedy. I'm thinking about splitting it here, but clearly I can't. I don't have the two air. I was thinking about trying to split between these 2 lands, but of course I can't do that. So no, I need to dedicate my damage in here, let these build and deal with these next turn, which I absolutely hate, because clearly here Wildfire wants to be killing explorers as much as possible so that it's not downgrading stuff into explorers, but I don't really have much of an option. So I will, what will I do? So it's going to be, I'm going to deal 2 damage. I can't do the Badlands in here because I need a Blight to be able to use my Firestorm ability. So this won't have a Badlands, but my Firestorm will have, what will it have? It'll have 2 more damage. So it'll be basically 4 damage into that land right now. And 4 damage in that land can go kill the city and the Explorer, and then I can push the town. And that's pretty much what that looks like. So I'm getting an extra town on this board, is what I'm saying. But that's the way it has to go. So okay, so I jump over and I go with my damage from my growth. I can deal 2 damage to this. So that takes 2 damage, and it doesn't die, so that's okay. And then I flip the blight card. So I place the blight in the land, and then I flip this, and it goes to appall upon the land. Immediately on each board, destroy 1 presence and remove a town. Interesting. And we haven't finished our growth phase here yet, so we haven't had the need to do this ability from Wounded Waters. I didn't forget it. I did remember it, but we're still in growth, remember, because this is happening when Wildfire places a blight or places a presence. So that's going to be immediately on each board, destroy the stuff. So on this side of the board, it's easy. I can destroy 1 from there. We're fine with Wildfire. We haven't yet placed the presence from Wounded Waters, and that's okay. We do like sacred sites, do we? Or do we care about sacred sites? We actually don't care about sacred sites at all. So we don't have to care about a sacred site with any of our cards. Well, we do with the set them on the Ever-Twisting Trail, but that'll be a while yet. So I don't care about a sacred site, so I can destroy that. So that's easy on both parts. And then we get to remove a town, which is super nice news. And removing a town does all kinds of good things for us, I expect. It means I could remove that from there and then just push 1 of these explorers, which builds 1 less town. So I think that's what I'll do. And I get to use my Threatening Flames in here instead. So that's nice. So I remove that 1 on that board. And then this board, we said we were going to deal a bunch of damage in here and then defend it next turn. But rather than doing that, I might look to set up my defend in here next turn. Or something like that. So I think that all works out pretty good too. So let's go ahead and remove this town, because that's a bit to build a city, as we said. But now I can just clear that land with the damage, the 3 damage I was talking about, and it doesn't build at all. So that looks pretty good. So that was a nice card, but it does only give us 3 blight per player. So right now, we put 3 blight on that card. How does this maths work? Does this hurt really badly? Let me see how this works. So that's 1, 2, 3. That's too many. That's 6 total. So if I add 6 to that, I need to get 6 off the board, off the France card to be able to put them back. So I think I'm just ahead, right? So right now, what I can do is I'm about to remove 2 blight, which puts 2 over here. Then I can get 4 off the card. Remove. And in the meantime, oh yeah, no, sure, it doesn't matter. It's not linked to that, right? It's linked to how fast I can get them over into that card. But it's just it's a clock, right? Isn't it? So you've got a clock where I've got 6 left, but in the meantime, I need to have added 6 on there. So it's not intrinsically linked one to the other, but it's a kind of a per turn thing. So anyway, we'll see how that plays as the game goes out. But excuse me, I went in there, I did my 2 damage, I flipped the card, so that was Wildfire's thing. They don't gain any energy, so that's okay. They play those 2 cards. They're the 2 cards we want to play. On this side of things, we already gained our energy, we already played our cards, we already did the gain the Rolling Waters thing, so I kind of was fast tracking a little bit, but I still of course have to do this ability down here, and I still also of course have to place my presence. So I'll place my presence, and now I think we said we wanted to go over there and potentially defend that one next turn. So I've this to solve in here. I have Prowling Panthers, and that can go into basically deal 2 damage in a mountain or a jungle. So from here I can hit 1, 2, 3 lands, which all will take 2 damage by placing a beast, because I've got Flame's Fury. Actually, it'll deal 3 damage because I also have the Lands of Blood and Savagery, so I can deal 3 damage with this card by placing a beast, which is super nice. And then down here, because I'm going to take the extra element from transforming, that'll give me 1 damage, add a beast, which is another damage, and then plus a damage from this, and plus 1 damage from the Roiling Waters ability as well. I also get to push a Dahan, and then that also deals some damage, but that's pretty nice. So basically adding the beast will deal 1, pushing that into another land will deal 1 in a different land, and then I'll also gain the benefit from Flame's Fury. So that's super cool. So we want to see if we can place, oh yeah, we said we wanted to place over there, and then this is now going to build what? A city, which unfortunately Triangle trades, which we don't love. I could fast phase. No, I can't. Fast phase only deals 2 over here, and it doesn't even stop the build. But we want to fast phase up here because that's stopping 3 towns getting added. So no, we're going to have to triangle trade. It's okay, but after we triangle trade, then next turn we'll get a gather. Sorry, we can place a with the other card, with the Guardian Serpents, place the beast. Use a Badlands. If I can trigger this next turn, use a Badlands in there, and that solves that land. So we're good to go on that side. So I think overall we're pretty excellent here. So let's move along and go to our main phase. So we didn't destroy or forget a card. At this point, we're now low enough on presence on the board that I'm going to go ahead and forget a card instead. And I think I just forget that, set them on an ever-twisting trail. The Rackle Pain and Grief gives us the combo, which I don't want to forget. So I'm not sure if that was on camera. That gives us the water beast combo. So we don't, or the water animal combo. So I think we just go ahead and forget to set them on an ever twisting trail. It's a nice card, and it gives us the animal. But we're looking to kind of keep cycling through here and not have to reclaim for a while if we can. So let's go then and do what we need to do. So, first things first, Flame's Fury. Target spirit gains 1 energy, give you 1 energy, and all of your damage dealing powers deal +1 damage this turn. So that's nice. What else do I have? I have Threatening Flames. So hold on. if I transforming first here, I'm going to throw away one of these cards. That's going to be the asphyxiating smoke is going to be thrown away. So I can do that before I use anything else. I'm not going to forget any of these cards so I won't lose elements. So all of that will look nice. I know the element I'm going to want to gain anyway is going to be the earth. So I can do all of that first. So I don't have to use any of the rest of my abilities here, but it's worth noting, am I going to forget anything in play over here that matters for the forget and gain a thing? And I don't think I necessarily will. I might forget that draw to the water's edge in my hand. Yeah, I might. I think that might be the one that I do. The Rack of Pain and Grief gives us, as I say, the combo in our discard pile that I quite like, and I don't want to obviously forget either of my cards in my hand. So I think I'll do the draw to the water's edge because it doesn't give me the animal that I talked about. So I think that's all fine. I'll go ahead then and I will use transforming. So both of us get to forget a power to gain a power. So I forget this draw to the water's edge. You're gone. Yeah. Gone over there. And on this side of the board, asphyxiating smoke is gone, so we'll throw that one away. So we both get to do this now. We both get to gain a power and an Annie. We're both going minors, of course. 1, 2, 3, and 4. On this side, sorry, first on the left. Oh, that would have been beautiful for Wildfire. I wish I didn't open my mouth. Oh, I've just hit 2 plant fire cards. Wow, that is rough. I hit 2 of them. Would have been so nice. We talked about wanting to hit one of them with Wildfire, but that's okay. So we have Gifted Living Energy is nice. It's a lovely card, obviously, but we're looking to see if we can do anything like either of these two things. These are 2 excellent cards. Both came for us here. We have Swarming Wasps, which adds a beast, and we have potentially pushing of explorers if a land has a beast, so being able to move beasts around things could be super cool. We also have Defend a 5 and add a beast, but that's much less likely to add a beast because the triple moon is not really going to happen. I quite like Swarming Wasps here, being able to just throw a beast out there and ping stuff at range 1 could be pretty nice, so I think we'll take this. Not in love with the card Swarming Wasp, generally speaking, and it's probably the worst. It's not probably, it's definitely the worst of these other 3 excellent cards, but I think it works for us here right now pretty nicely. I think we'll just go ahead and take that. Love Gifted Living Energy. Gifted Living Energy, giving energy back to Wildfire will be super good. But yeah, the Swarming Wasp just works so well with our kit. It's such a pity. Such a pity we didn't reverse that order. So we missed on 2. We just threw 2 of the target cards that we want away, so we're very unlikely to hit a third here. Land of Haunts and Embers, which gives us at least the fire, and yeah, it gives us a fire, and it's the only card that gives us fire. So we've Land of Haunts and Embers. We have Rain of Blood, Sucking Ooze, and Flow Down River, Blow Down Wind. Don't love the idea of Lands of Haunts and Embers, unfortunately, here. It does mean now that we're going to have to reclaim next turn with Wildfire because we can't hit that plant, unfortunately, which is a real pity. But yeah, it is what it is. Sucking Ooze. We just know that we're going to be in a big race to get that blight back on that card, and we have to do that. We basically have to go the next 3 turns with these 2 spirits. We're going to have to keep hitting the innate with transforming and do that 3 turns in a row. That gets 6, and then that puts it on the card. So basically we need to make sure that between this turn and the next 2 turns we don't place all 6 of that blight, and Lands of Haunts and Embers is one way to go ahead and place blight. The only thing we're thinking here is, though, we actually have more or less our next couple of lands solved, don't we? it's just a zero cost way to trigger the flash fires. And the flash fires could be super good. And it also, you know, push up the 2 explorers. That can solve a build. It can solve a lot of problems by just getting rid of 2 explorers from a land. But god damn it, placing more blight. Look how much blight is already on this board. Placing more blight is not something that I'm particularly excited about. We forgot to trigger the gather 1 blight into 1 of your lands here, of course, by the way. Just looking whether that would have mattered. We did say that we were going to do this turn, we were going to remove that up there, but the following turn we needed to do that in there. So actually, yeah, I would have gathered that in there. We don't want to take it out of Wildfire's lands, but I would have gathered that in there because I needed to. I already talked about with the Guardian Serpent's play, I need to make that a bad land. So I would have done that next turn for sure. I could have still done it next turn, but I definitely would have done that. So that would have been pulled in there, given that we already talked about it. The hands-ons and embers. I'm going to take it, and I won't use it if it doesn't look like the right spot to use it. But I think I'm going to take it. And just look to get a little bit greedy with that one. The other things then that we're doing over here is, so that was the first thing. So each of us gain an Annie, and as I said, on this side of the board it's going to be an Earth to give me the next level of the ability, and on this side of the board, sorry, that's in my hand, it was going to give us a water, which gives us that ability. So we have the second level. Then the second level now we both spend 1 energy. Let's throw the 1 energy away, and we get to replace. So replace this blight, which goes over here. And on this side of the board, we said we were going to replace this, yeah, with the Badlands. So we go Badlands in there, and we go Badlands up here. Such a super nice ability, and then we don't have the level 3, so that's okay. So now we can go, not sure what that's doing there. Threatening Flames is 2 fear, and we get to push. So now what we said was we are doing with the Firestorm ability, we're going to kill that city. So maybe, do we want to? No, we don't want to do that first. It's not going to matter. Threatening Flames, we're just pushing this out of here, and I think we'll just push it into there. So that's all of this done. We do the rest of the Firestorm, which in this case is 1 2 plant and a 4 fire. So that's going to deal 2 damage, and the 2 damage goes in here. We talked about that already. So that kills the city. It creates a town and an explorer. And we push those, and I think we push those in here. No, that's nonsense. We definitely don't do that. We push that in there, and we push that in there. And this edge cases us so ridiculously if that gives a +1 thing, so I can't do that. That's insane. So no, push that in there as well, because if the event deals plus damage, that would absolutely ruin us. It would destroy us, so we won't be doing that. So that's that. On this side of the board then we said 1 damage in 1 of target spirit's lands, target myself, and that's going to be 1 damage +1 damage +1 damage. That kills all 3 of those explorers up there, so that's nice. And then we will go ahead, and I believe we've done everything we need to do now. I suppose we didn't put you there, so that's done. We forgot a card for this, and yeah, we did. So I was wondering where the other card went, but it was a minor. It wasn't a unique, so we threw away the set them on the ever twisting as well as the other unique from our hand. So we forgot 2 cards this turn. So okay, now we're good. We're all good with all of that, and thankfully our blight card, we don't need to remember anything about it. We just have it kind of sitting there. So we've already done that, and we'll add our explorers. So okay. everything done on Wildfire side, so they're basically finished with their turn. So let's go ahead and flip an event. It's not a healthy island anymore, so it's not tight knit communities. It's blight spreads on each board. Add blight to a land adjacent to a land with blight. So this is where we start to run into problems with our blighted island card. Spirits may prevent this by destroying 2 presents from each board to be protected. Now that's a non-runner on this side of the board. On the other side of the board, can we destroy 2 presents? Oh, we don't love the look of that at all. Each beast destroys an explorer, which is pretty good on this, so we at least solve this land. I think we're just going to have to take the blight. If we take the blight here, we already said I'm reclaiming with Wildfire, so that doesn't place a blight. And if I reclaim with Wildfire, I get +1 energy, so I'll be able to use this this ability down here again. I'll of course be able to use it on this side because we'll be starting to do the +3 energy spike over here too. So next turn we'll remove 2 more. That puts us up to 4. And if we haven't done a ravaged, if we haven't ravaged, which we're not going to hear, we're not going to hear, we're not going to hear, and let's just assume we can do something about this, we will place no blight on that ravage either. So that's basically this turn. We know we're not placing any blight because we're not getting edge cased. Next turn, we're not placing any blight, and then the following turn, before that ravage even happens, I would be going and placing a blight with Wildfire. So that's essentially placing in the next 2 turns after this, we're only placing 1 blight, essentially, before I would use the transforming Wildfire. So just figuring all the maths out. So it seems to me as if I can go place 2 next turn, place 2 the following turn, and before a ravage would happen, I'd get all that blight back on the card. So I'm pretty sure I'm safe to take 2 blight here. Of course, it is going to matter what our event next turn is going to look like. We do have slave rebellion, of course, so I placed that up face up on the deck. I mentioned that before. It's known information. So slave rebellion will come next turn, and actually that's, I was going to say that's a solve down here, but I have that solved already with the Guardian Serpent, so I don't even need to potentially care about that one. Otherwise on the board, I don't know, maybe I can use it to solve to kill one town up here, and maybe if I push some Dahan or something, I'd be able to maybe set up two Dahan in there or something like that. So, oh yeah, we actually said on this turn, we already mentioned this when I went in here, I was going to push those over there, because that would set us up for a defend on the following turn. But actually no, that would be better, wouldn't it? Knowing that we're playing around the slave rebellion, instead of pushing 3 in there or pushing them all in there, we don't need 4 Dahan on that land, do we? So pushing that 1 Dahan in there and grouping up our Dahan would have made a lot more sense. So yeah, we would have done it that way. I know I'm retrofitting 1 or 2 things here. Unfortunately, guys, that's the nature of this when I'm trying to keep track of everything and talk to the screen. It's so much harder. I really didn't appreciate how much harder this game is to play when you're trying to talk people through everything that's going in through your brain. But clearly, again, I've done this a couple of times, but that's a logical play there. I'm pushing those out of there. Oh no, in fact I wouldn't, would I? I'm lying. I wouldn't have pushed them both out of there. I'd have pushed 1 out of there because we want to let this ravage and destroy or die in the ravage to the hand. So I wouldn't have pushed that out. That would have been the logical play. Push that over there for that ravage on the following turn, which we talked about, and then leave 1 in here to interact with that. So that's all good on that front. In hindsight here, clearly, again, we would have, that would have made more sense in that land, but I already talked about pushing it into there, so that's fine. So we're coming back and we're going to actually finally resolve this. So I'm going to add a blight to a land adjacent to a land with blight on both boards. So on this board, I have to add a blight somewhere adjacent to another blight. So Clearly we don't want to place it in any of our lands with presence. We don't want to place it here. We don't want to place it here. So I guess we place it. No, we'll place it in the land with the beast, because that's protected. And then on the other side of the board, then we want to place a blight somewhere adjacent to a land of blight. I guess we'll just place that in there. That gives us more shots of hitting with the coastal land, which isn't great, but it's fine. It's okay. Right, so that's all of that, and then as we said, each beast destroys a explorer, so that's done. Add thing to a board without one, that doesn't matter, and then on each board add a Dahan to a coastal land with Dahan. So actually, if I'd have finished reading the card, I would have seen that would have gotten its Dahan anyway, which is nice. And then we also add one. We'll add it in here to help with the slave rebellion next turn as well. So actually, not too bad overall with that one, despite adding the 2 blight. So let's go ahead and ravage. So we go dead, and then safe, So that's all good. Let's go to the build here. We will build a town and then triangle trade, which we had said before. So let's build that and then triangle trade away from the coasts, I would say. Let's triangle trade in there. And then on the other side of the board, we have a miss and a build in there. So that's all good. And then we'll go ahead and we'll explore, and it's jungles. So those will come back for a second. We'll put them there and we'll explore first. So that's a huge problem. This is a double explore, which isn't nice to see. This up in this corner is a huge problem. And over here we deal 1 more explorer. So we're facing down all kinds of issues next turn. All kinds of issues. And then of course we'll push these along, and then we'll do our France 6. Oh, we escalate as well. I forgot. Let's not forget to do the other awful thing, which is the escalation. So after that explores, then we have to, how does this word again? So on each board, pick a land of the shown terrain. If it has buildings, add blight. Otherwise, add a town. And this was another thing which I completely forgot about when I was factoring in my maths with the blight. I completely forgot about the awful escalation for France, and how many problems that can potentially cause us here. So right now we basically need to pick a land of the shown terrain, which are the 2 jungles, and we can go, if it has buildings, add blight, otherwise add towns. So we're going to have to add a blight on this board in here. And we're not adding it in the other one because that's a terrible idea. So that goes in there. And then on this side of the board, we can't add blight. So let's not add blight. Let's add a town in here. So it's just dreadful news all around. Shocking news. And then we go ahead and do the France 6. So yeah, adding the 2 blight there from the event. Worse than potentially I anticipated, but that's okay. So let's go and so we've got the ravage in there. We'll just hope to fade whatever the event below slave rebellion is, and hope that's not a +1 damage. That's an obvious choice in there. And then on the other side of the board, then we'll just go ahead and place you in there. So that's France 6 done. So now we basically have the choice to we said here we can go add a beast, which goes +1 damage, and then +1 damage. So that deals 3 damage, which goes in that land, and it does pretty nice work in there or in there. They're much the same land. They both have the exact same contents in each land, so we can solve one of them. And then the other thing we can do here is we can use this to potentially solve the other one. So the sanguinary taint is 1 fear, 1 damage, push a Dahan, and then 1 damage and add a beast. The pushing of the Dahan, I can push a Dahan in this land And when I push the Dahan in there, I could use the +1 damage on the Flame's Fury. So let me have a look at this. Target Spirit deals +1 damage with each damage dealing power they use this turn. So Flame's Fury works once on this whole ability. So I get to add a damage with the ability. The ability says 1 damage, push a Dahan, and then 1 damage, add a beast. But the push and the add a beast also trigger the Roiling Waters. So the Roiling Waters is a trigger. When your powers add or move, blah, 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 you may do 1 damage. So as far as I am aware, that is not a new power. Yeah, so that's not a power, nor is it an action. I think the action part doesn't matter here. It's a what's the term they use? There's a term for it. It matters with Volcano anyway. When you use the Volcano special rule, it's not an additional action for the purposes of Badlands. Now, does that matter here or not? I don't think so. But what matters here is where I add the extra damage. So I could choose to do the 1 extra damage in the land where I push the Dahan. That's the question. Oh, well, it's a bit of a complex interaction. I think I'm going to ask everybody in my stream to be a tiny bit patient with me. I'll probably end up doing a cut here because this is complex enough that I could maybe get an answer on the Discord. So I'm going to try. So I'll probably do a little loop and come back in a second when I have an answer, hopefully. So let's go ahead and ask this question. So. Okay, welcome back everybody. That took more than a minute or two. I ended up getting into a bit of a discussion on the Discord rules, however they call it, the thread. I'm not a great Discord user. I don't know whether they call them threads or pages or what exactly, but the rules people, which are fantastic people, they are always so quick to answer, and they were pretty quick to answer here. But one of the users in particular, I won't go naming names, started to almost use this as a lesson in teaching me or something like that, which I found pretty funny. So they were kind of saying, like, you know, assuming that this isn't the case, what rule would prevent you from dealing the extra damage and things like that. So I'm always happy to have opportunities to learn, but in this case I was hoping for a quick answer, but it's a bit of a complex scenario, and there was a little bit of a misunderstanding. But anyway, I digress. We got to an answer. My Flame's Fury can be used in the damage that I push the Dahan into. That's what I cared about. So I'm going to go ahead and resolve my powers here and just kind of show what I meant. So what I can do here is I have 2 lands that I can go ahead and kind of solve at this point in time, or not solve, but kind of. So I'll deal 1 fear, and then I'm going to add a beast. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to do that over in this land. And that's going to kill this town, which generates another fear. That's back in the pool. The other thing I can do here is I can use my innate, which is going to be 1 fear at range 1 into this land, 1 damage. Then I'm going to push a Dahan. That Dahan is going to go in here, and when a Dahan gets pushed according to the Roiling Waters, on the previous turn, by the way, obviously when I added a with this, when I added a beast, that triggered the thing here to deal 1 damage, and it had +1 from Flame's Fury. I didn't sort of vocalize that correctly, but that's how I ended up killing that town. Now this one is 1 damage, which we'll get to in a moment. Push the Dahan goes in here, and then when the Dahan moves into a land, I can deal 1 damage there. Now that I'm going to take the Flame's Fury on. So that's going to do 2 damage in here. That's going to generate a fear, and that's going to be that land. Now I'm going to continue resolving, the rest of this ability, which is going to be 1 damage, and then it's going to add a beast. So I'm going to add a beast in here, and that is going to be a total of 1 damage plus 1 damage, and then add the beast is going to be 1 final damage. I don't get to use the Flames Fury again because this isn't a power. This is a modifier, was the word I was looking for before. So the modifier happened once, which was on the Dahan move. So the rest is going to be just as printed, which is going to be 1 damage, and a further 1. So that's 3 total damage in this land. Kill the 2 of them and generate another fear as a result. So that town goes back in the pool. So that's a pretty nice way to take care of all of that. And then on the next turn, I can gather this blight out of here and use swarming wasps in that land to take care of those 2 explorers. So we've kind of taken care of 2 of the builds here, which is pretty good. But we have a big, large problem with, as I say, with the other 2 lands over here, which are going to be adding, this one is adding 3 towns, and then this one is adding 4 towns. So that's 7 towns. And technically that doesn't lose us the game, but we're going to go ahead then and do the Explorer, which will likely lose us the game because we have to add towns. We can't add blight as a result of the issue that I mentioned, where we're in a race to basically get the blight back off the card. So that's okay. That's all of our slow powers done anyway at this point. So let's go ahead and cycle all of that out of there. And as I say, it's super unfortunate that I don't get to use this opportunity to grow, but it is what it is. They're both gone. Yeah, they're gone there, so that's fine. And we take all of this back. Now, we can now use the bottom healing card here with Wounded Waters, which is pretty good. And I can go ahead if I want and go grow twice, which would be nice. Oh no, that's add a presence and add a destroyed presence. Okay, that doesn't grow twice. Sorry, that goes add a presence and add a destroyed presence. So that's different, obviously. So we said we definitely want to play Swarming Wasps. We're going to want to get to 3 card plays either way here, and that's fine. So we want to get to 3 card plays. Play that and play. We definitely want to play the Guardian Serpents. We said that before. And is there any way then for us to use Boon of Corrupted Blood to solve some of those horrible lands? I think, oh no, I can't reclaim 1. I was thinking it was grow twice. It's not. So I can't get the Boon of Corrupted Blood back. Which is a real pity. I can fast phase, get 1 more town back in the pool here, which is quite nice. That's something. Did I forget to build in this land last turn? No. Oh yeah, cleared it, and then I France 6 back in there. Yeah, okay, that's fine. So we said we have to reclaim, because I have to hit that, the transforming ability. Let me just think here. So if I reclaim now, get my cards back in my hand, so get the Flames Fury, the Threatening Flames, the Roiling Bog, and Snagging Thorn. Get all of that back in my hand. I could play. I could trigger the innate. The thing here is clearly I need a plant. If I don't do that, and I Hail Mary, and I look for a card with my card growth, I get to grow across into one of these lands and deal a bunch of damage. But I'll place a blight. So what I think I can do here is basically you can grow at different times with these when you're playing multiple spirits, right? You can kind of do one thing, do one another. So I also can use my track bonuses between growth options. I'm allowed to do that. So what I can do here is use the gather one blight track bonus of Wounded Waters before I grow with Heart of the Wildfire. That is something I'm allowed to do. Because if you have like a move a presence or something on your track, you can go move a presence with the track bonus, then place a presence with your growth option. It's a little bit strange that it does it that way, because you know it's kind of in the same line as where you gain energy, which happens after you use your growth options. So that actually doesn't happen, you know, together at the same time. So it's a little bit strange, but that is how that works. So I can gather the one blight before I grow with Heart of the Wildfire. So I could gather one of those blights out of one of them lands and then grow into a land with Wildfire. I could play, for example, Flash Fires, Lands of Haunt and Embers, and then if I find any card with plant, I get to trigger my Transforming Innate. I get Flash Fires, which would deal an extra point of damage. It's only one though, isn't it? So I could grow, deal 2 damage. Then I could, if I hit the plant, deal another 2 damage, that's 4, and then with this deal another 1, that's 5 points of damage basically. And that could kill 1, 2, 3 explorers, plus kill that town. And then I'd be left with a city, which is obviously not great, but I could somehow look to solve that on the following turn. That would place a blight. Then we'd get 2 blight back on the card, and there'd only be 2 blight left on the blight card. The following turn, then I reclaim, so I don't place a blight. There's still 2 blight left on the card. Well, probably won't be 2 blight left on the card by then, because we're going to hit an escalation here. But what I'm thinking is I'm reverse engineering basically back to the escalation. So the following turn, I would get to reclaim, don't play any card, don't grow. So I wouldn't place a blight, and then I'd get to use my innate again, and I'd get to fast phase 2 more blight back to the card. That would bring that up to 6, and I'd get to put it all back on the card. So essentially, I'm reverse engineering here, but the way that works is if I grow this turn with my growth, if I hit the plant, and I can hit any plant, it doesn't have to be a 0 cost, I'm pretty sure, so I would basically gain 4 off this, 2 of that would go towards that. I can hit any plant card for 1, and then I'd still have 1 left over to use the ability. So that would give me, I'd be tapped out, I'd spend all of my energy, and then I could reclaim back, get +1, and then I'd have enough zeros to be able to do it again. So any plant card enables this line of play for me. And the line of play is, just to finish my train of thought here, because this really matters, this is going to be almost the whole game. And it's such a pity on the previous turn. I'll go back to that previous turn where I hit the 2 plant fire combos on the draft for Wounded Waters. It really hurt me. But if I hit it here, I would go place a blight, put the 2 blight back, and then that would leave me with 2 blight. And I would essentially have to do the escalation of France once with blight and once with a town. That's how this would work. This is the only way this could work, is if I do 1 blight and 1 town. And of course I have to get lucky with the event, but this is one of them points of time where when I play a game where I just assume that won't be blight. It can't be, so obviously I'm not playing around that. So in that case, I would basically, which land type can I hit that allows me to place a town, at least one town. So if I flip sands, so how does that even work? Which one lets me place a town? I can place a town if the land doesn't have a building. So sands would allow me to do it here and here, so I could place two towns if I wanted. So sands works. Wetlands works because I've two wetlands which are safe as well. So I could add a blight on one and a town in the other, for example. So it works with wetlands as well. Mountains, it also works with mountains. So actually all three of those land types I can escalate and not have to place blight in both. So it's actually safe in that sense. So I have the choice. So, and also of course coastal doesn't give you an escalation at all. So that works. So I basically see here that if I do this play and hit the plant, I can get all of that blight back on the card before I run out of blight, which is one of the main concerns I have right now. Of course, I've got other big concerns clearly on the board right now. The board is a mess, but that at least lets me do that. So that's one option with Wildfire. The alternative is I reclaim now, put these back in my hand, reclaim now instead, pull back all my cards, and I get one energy, and I have to play some zeros, which I can play. Let's just say for argument's sake, I just played, I don't know, I wouldn't maybe play Flame's Fury, maybe play, no, Threatening Flames doesn't even do anything here, so that's rubbish. So probably Roiling Blog, Snagging Thorn, and Lands of Haunts and Embers, and just don't activate Lands of Haunts and Embers. Just play it for its elements. So I better not forget what was in my what was discarded and what wasn't. But it will basically look like this. These are discarded. So put them to the side for now. So it'll be play them two on the reclaim. Guarantee that I hit this in 8. Don't place a presence, but the outcome here is that I don't get rid of all of this mess over here, and I don't have extra lands back in the pool, and I essentially go build 4 towns in here, 1 over here, and 1, 2, 3, 4. Sorry, so it's 4 towns over here, and it's 1, 2, 3 towns. So it's 3 plus 4 is 7 plus 1 is 8. That's 8 towns being built. They're gone, right? Assume they're gone with the swarming wasps. Although, now that I look at it, I can't do that play because I need to gather that blight out of there. I can't do both. Just seen that. I've just seen that, which is definitely not so nice. So I have to pick one or the other. But anyway, I digress. Let's ignore that for a second. So the play where I don't do anything with Wildfire into that land means I could stop this. So in that case, they'd be gone. So I don't count that land. So it would be 3 plus 1 is 4, plus 4 is 8. That's place 8 towns. And right now I have 2, 4, 6, 8. So that's place all 8. And it's whenever, yeah, you cannot place a town. So technically I can go to 0. 2, 4, 6, 8. Yeah, I can go to 0. But then the escalation happens. And I have to place at least 1 town from the escalation. I can't place both. We did say I can use Guardian Serpents over here, the Beast Ad, to kill one of those towns. That'll put 1 back. So technically that would allow me to place 1 town from the pool, which would then go empty again, and place 1 blight from the card, which would leave 2 blight on the card. And that allows me to grow the following turn with Wildfire. So it's one way or the other. Basically, it's kind of whichever turn I grow on, I have to place it once, not twice. That's kind of how it works. I hope people are keeping up with me here. This is where this is much easier in my head, and it takes me about a third of the time in my head. Talking through it out loud is quite challenging, but hopefully you're following me. So in that scenario, guaranteeing myself on the reclaim and guaranteeing to hit the transforming ability means I have to place 4 plus 1 plus 3. So that's place 8 towns. Kill this to get that back in there, and that lets me do 1 town and 1 blight on the escalation, so that covers me with any escalation, but it leaves me in a horrible situation. That's the one kicker here. So I can guarantee myself that, and then of course I can guarantee on the turn after that with Wildfire, I just grow from G3, and then I would have again obviously three cards in my hand or whatever to go ahead and trigger the transforming again type of thing. So sorry, they're gone. So I'm fine with that. In that scenario, I'm fine to kind of go grow first, then reclaim first, then grow and hit the transforming both times. So either order I can do it kind of that way. So, but the big difference here is if I do the reclaim now, I don't do anything with this land because I can't at range. Can't even, I can't flash for it. I can't do anything basically. I can only play my 0 costs. I could Lands of Haunted Ember, but clearly I'm not going to do that because I can't blight-wise. So it essentially says that I would be tapped out. All of my towns are on the board. Basically, all of my blight is almost gone, but I would be there in time to get it all back from the card. But the board is a mess. The board is a total mess. And it does mean on the following turn I can't grow into one of them jungles and like clear the jungle out. I'm nowhere near enough damage to be able to do that. We'll just place so many towns in there and in there. They're 2 nightmare situations that I can't get anywhere near. I wonder if I need to gain a major with Rolling Waters. I'm looking to get a little bit lucky on that side of the board. That might be a thing. Clearly here I can't be gaining majors of Wildfire at any point. That just doesn't exist. But one single major here to do something could be spicy. Whatever that skip card is called into that land, the one that costs 3 and it goes from a Sands. That's one pretty big hit in there if I hit that card. So I can play it safe, guarantee enough time to get the blight back on the card. The other thing I didn't mention as well is, of course, Slave Rebellion helps me kill, for example, 1 town there and 1 town there. That puts 2 extra towns back in the pool before I have to build, which is good. So town-wise, we're okay, but we still have the 2 horrible lands. But I don't have any way of solving those horrible lands, and it's just infinite towns on the board. And then the sort of, the jungle will have gone past, and then I'll have another land type that comes, and then I'll have to deal with that land. So I won't even really be able to get back to dealing with those jungles anytime soon either. You kind of have to deal with it when it matters, because when it's gone, you nearly have to forget about it. So what I might end up doing here is I might look for a major with Wounded Waters. And if that saves me somehow, if that saves my bacon, then I can play the safer play on the side of Wildfire. That might be what I do here. So for argument's sake, oh no, sure, I can't gain 3 energy and a major. What on earth am I talking about? So doing that way would mean I'd have to go gain a power card and go top track. That would give me 3 energy with my 1 there. I know I have to play this for 1, so no, that doesn't even work. I can't even do a major. Yeah, no, I'm talking nonsense. I can't do a major at all. I can go bottom track and like look for, play the 3 of these. That would give me It'll still only give me a second level of this innate. But I could go 1, 2, 3, and then I could take the water here, and then the extra transforming element could give me water, and I could go kind of both of those just before I lose this innate. So that could be something quite nice. Slow, of course, so I'd have to get there. The thing is clearly here, if I miss on a power card and I don't hit a plant, I lose the game. So this is one of those plays where if it's high enough upside, I'll do it because it can potentially win me the game. And this is an interesting spot I'll probably pick up in the podcast episode around playing to win and not playing to not lose. And this, I think, is enough of a spot where I have to play to win that I think I need to draft now and draft for that plant card. So just to be clear, if I do that, I don't get the Swarming Wasps in that land. I would have to pull this Blight out of here. Or here, I could pick one. But I think here will be the right option. So again, these cards are gone. These are in my discard. So in this case, again, I'd be looking to play these two cards together with whatever plant card I have. I'd pull off the bottom track with a gain of power. No, sorry, not. Oh, God, yeah. I've just wasted 10 minutes of everybody's time. I'm so sorry, guys. It's a little bit like what I was talking about on rolling on the Wounded Water side, where I was combining the two growth patterns. Everyone is probably screaming at me. This is dreadful. So obviously, I can't do gain of power and gain energy. This is absolute nonsense. I can't do that. I was thinking I'd be gaining the energy as well as gaining a power card, and clearly that does not work. So that's absolute madness. I've wasted everybody's time. I'm so sorry. So I'm not going to be growing. That's going to be there, and I'm going to be reclaiming again, of course. So put those back in my hand. Mad Egypt, as the Irish might say. So I'm going to reclaim cards, and I'm going to look for a minor power, because that's what I have to do. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll gain 1 energy, which I'll have to use for my transforming ability, and that's fine. And here I'll look for Call to Tend, Teeming Rivers, Infested Aquifers, and Call of the Dahan Ways. All highly unappealing for me right now, I would say. 4 things that hit the the elements on the Wounded Water side, which is pretty funny. But yeah, I mean, I'm probably never going to cast one of these cards in this whole game. But if I have to cast one, what would I want it to be? Maybe Teeming Rivers. No, because I'll get everything back off the France card once. Yeah, because you do all that, put it all back on the Blight card, and then you start the cycle again, and we're never going to get through 2 cycles of that. So doing Blight removal here is probably completely insane. Call of the Dahan Ways, yeah, I mean, none of these are just, all of these are just forget cards for my forget father. I'll just take the Call of the Dahan Ways just in case. Yeah, okay, not going to matter. Actually, the Teeming Rivers gives me my transforming ability, so it at least does that. And it also gives me a plant, which is far more important. So I'll take Teeming Rivers. So that goes there. And then I'm going to have to play 2 card plays. We talked about them, I think, already. I think we said we'd play Lands of Haunts and Embers and the Roiling Bog, because they're just kind of just nothing cards, and we can still maybe look to spike that land. The Threatening Flames doesn't do it for us, and the Lands of Haunts and Embers is just never going to get used by us anyway, so that's okay. And we want to save the Threatening Flames and the Fame's Fury, which are actually high value cards, so that's fine. So that's going to give us what we need to hit our transforming innate. God, it took me forever to get there. It's getting a little bit late here, folks. We're already past midnight, so I need to stop starting these things. I need to stop starting these so late in the evening. But anyway, that's what we are. So we took that, we gained our card, we gained our 1 energy, we played those. That's going to give us that on that. And on this side of the board then with Roiling Waters, we said we could do bottom track. We could take the water here, and we could take the water from the transforming, and that would give us both levels of this innate, which is not bad. So we can do both of those things. I presume that's more important than gaining a power card. So doing that would go there, give us the 3 card plays, and we'd have 3 card plays down on the reclaim. I think this is probably fine, and then we maybe look to reclaim or look to gain a major on the reclaim, for example. So the question is then what Swarming Wasps does here. I can just throw a beast into a land without blight. Oh no, sorry, this is the play where I'm pulling this in, so I don't need to pull that in. I need to pull this in, and I can stop the 2 town builds here, which is okay. So so we'll do that. So we'll gather the blight out of that land, and we'll gather it into, suppose, in there. Yeah, so that's fine. We will do gain 1 energy plus 3, so 1 from the track, and then another 3 over here from the growth pattern. We add the presence at range 3, and we also add a destroy presence at range 1. So the destroy presence will go, just wondering here, destroy presence at range 1. Again, wondering, this is from range 1 from a land with blight, so we kind of have most of the board covered over there. We have most of the board basically covered over here as well. I'm not really sure where we would necessarily want to add some badlands later on. I mean, I don't know, maybe in there next turn I might go gather 1 in, make a badlands. No, because we'd have to gather that out for Wildfire to get in there, so I have no idea why that would be any good. So that's crazy. We potentially have Wildfire going into that land next turn, so let's not do that. I don't know, let's throw our thing in there, and then another presence somewhere on the board. Our presents are in lands with the hand all over the place, so none of that really matters too much. I don't know, over there somewhere maybe. Okay, so we did that, so now we go... if target land has beasts, push up to 2, which it does, so we push them in there. On Wildfire side of the board, actually, he's going to have 2 free damage, which will actually end up being 3 free damage. That all is probably just going to go in here. So I can just push them in there and kill all of them. I could do it in there and get 1 more town back on the card, which is probably not a bad idea, so I think actually I'll do that. So push them in there. And Wildfire's 2 damage, we'll deal with these instead. So that's all okay. After that, then, we're not using Lands of Haunts and Embers. We are... using this to isolate in here and generate 1 fear. We are doing transforming, so that's going to give me a earth. No, I can't. I need the two plant. On the previous turn, I played what? Threatening flames and the Flames Fury, so I had it that turn, but this turn clearly this doesn't work, so this has to go back in my hand. And of course, I have to play one of my other cards. So what does Flames Fury do here? Flames Fury will do low. loads, so I will do Flames Fury because I've got a bunch of damaging effects on this side of the board. So I will actually use Flames Fury this turn. I obviously need two plant to be able to do this. So that's going to give that a bonus, it's going to give that a bonus, it's going to give this a bonus, and it will give that a bonus, which is going to be beautiful. So Flames Fury on your side of the board, I'll give you 1 energy. Obviously I have to actually pay for my cards here, so I should probably go ahead and do that as well. So that's all that. And then we already did this into that land. So let's do the transforming now. And we will, on this side of the board, forget that terrible card that we don't care about, Teeming Rivers. Is it better than Haunted by Primal Memories? Haunted by Primal Memories can give us a defender 3, which is doing almost nothing on this board, but it might come up. And it gives us that Earth tag, which might matter. So I think I will throw away the Teeming Rivers because it's just 2 pants. So you're gone. And on this side of the board over here with Wounded Waters, they are going to throw away Prowling Panther. It has to be one of these 3. I think Prowling Panthers. Yeah. Prowling Panthers is gone. Good card, but the other things I have are either better elements or deal more damage. Yeah. Okay. So let's go ahead and do that. So we both discarded. We both now get to draw a minor, and let's try to do this in the right order. 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll start on the left again, and here comes the old plant fire combo. 0 cost plant fire combo, mother of god. But we did hit some pretty nice ones for Wounded Waters elements as well. So you've got isolated target land, and each invader deals -1 damage, so that's pretty useful. Encompassing Ward. We have Mesmerize Tranquility. We have Weep for What Is Lost, which is really nice for our elements. We have Animated Rack Root, which would have been lovely on the other side. And then we've got, as I say, Encompassing Ward. So some pretty good options here, element-wise. Mesmerize Tranquility versus Weep for What Is Lost. Weep for What Is Lost is what? Push up to one of these things per blight. So using my Blight Gathering to be able to set up Weep for What Is Lost is pretty good. So that sounds decent. Mesmerize Tranquility is also a pretty good card. You can use it as a kind of a suit or defend. It's not going to be enough to defend any of these big massive lands ravaging for infinite here, which isn't going to really help. I think I'll take the Weep for What Is Lost. I think that's pretty good elements wise. So that's that on that side. On Wildfire side, then we'll go ahead and dig for a minor. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's see something with decent elements, please. Reaching Grasp. Here there will be monsters. Bat Scout and Sap. No. So on this side, if we'd have reversed them, it would have been Sap on you, and then the Raccoon on you would have been much better. But unfortunately, that's the way this game is going. Sap at range 1, if I can pick up an air, is probably decent. Even though it's not doing much for us right now. I think it's got to be that. So I'll take Sap. Such a pity. It's twice now where it's gone in the wrong land in the wrong order, but unfortunately that's just the way it goes. So okay, so that's now the transforming the first stage. Now let's resolve the second stage. So we both pay one and one to do the thing. So we replace this with a Badlands, and that goes on the card. Or not on the card, it goes on the France panel, and then on the side of Wildfire, we will, I suppose, turn this into a Badlands. It goes there. It goes there. Okay. And then So we've both done that, and then I don't have the last stage, which is okay. So that's done. Now we will, on the side of Wildfire, use the basically 2 damage. So we've got two plant tags, 4 fire, so that's 2 damage. That kills this, which generates 1 more fear. It's another fear card, which is pretty good news. That dies, but it gets replaced by 2 explorers. We should also have 2 explorers over here as well on this card. 1, 2. These 2 explorers get pushed, and I'm thinking now where they're going to get pushed to. For now, I'm going to push them into... so let me think about this, where they get pushed to. I'm just going to resolve this card so I know the maths, how the maths works on this side, because I might push one into that sand. So on Guardian Serpent side, now they've got the Flames Fury, so they're going to go ahead and they're going to add a beast in there that's going to get a Badlands plus a Flames Fury, so it's going to deal 3. Oh, we talked about before where we needed to go. Of course, I had to make a sacred site with this Guardian Serpents card, and I was just placing stuff at random. So where did I place that other one? Placed one, I think, over there, which was more or less at random, and the second one I placed, I think, in here. So, oh no, I think I placed it in here. So let's go and... no, that one was from earlier in the game. It was in there, so I placed that in there. So that needed to be in there. Add a beast. Goes in there that deals 3 damage. So 3 damage in there will kill the... I mean, I guess it kills the city. And it's a defend of 4. So I'll kill the city. That's going to generate me 2 more fear. Two more fear. But the question is now, do I push these both in here? And I think I just get greedy and do. So it's going to be 2, 3, 4, 5. It's ravaging for 5 and defend of 4. Again, I'm just going to hope for no plus damage on this one. I'm playing around stuff now where I'm just saying I'm not playing around kind of things. I have to play to win, not to lose. So I'm going to push them in there and just get greedy with that. Slave Rebellion, as we know, is coming up, but I can use Slave Rebellion, for example, in maybe this land as opposed to that one, because that's going to die in the Ravage, so that's fine. I obviously have a Sacred Site in there now, which I cleaned up and I needed to have, of course. So that gives me a Defend of 4. That's slow. Both of these on this are slow. We took, by the way, the extra water, so that we have that one and we have that one. We took this turn we get it. Oh no, we didn't get a choice. We had to take this because we never claimed the water tag until our fast phase. So that looks like that. This is resolved. That's resolved. Those are resolved. Everything is resolved. And we go ahead and see what happens. So Slave Rebellion, we know this is coming. Let's hit the Slave Rebellion card. On each board, basically add a strife to a town. We'll do it in here. And we'll do it in here. That's going to kill both of them because they take 1 damage per hand present. So both of them die. That's 2 more fear. These strife go away. And then we get to add the hand in each of those lands for that happening. Now the Slave Rebellion is going to go away and we're going to draw another event. So we'll draw an event. That goes there, and then the Slave Rebellion is going under the top 3. 1, 2, 3. This goes under here. And we're dead. Are we? I think we're dead. We hit Festering Pit of Blight. It makes us add Blight, and we can't do anything about it. Which means I have to reclaim essentially again with Wildfire next turn, but I don't know, it might be okay, I guess. So Blighted Island, Festering Pits of Blight on each board with invaders, add a Blight to a land with at least 2, and then Lingering Plagues on each board, add a disease, ignore disease during builds, which hurts this phase, and then we get some fear as well. So I'm going to go ahead and so first of all, take 2 of these away and add them to a land with at least 2. Oh wait, Oh, it's a pity actually. We do it once on this board. Kills this, but I don't cascade, so I actually only do it once. So that's dead. But there's no land with 2 blight on this board, thankfully. So that's something. Then we do on each board add the disease and ignore disease during builds, this invader phase. So I will add a disease. So disease sometimes does stuff with fear cards, but not really a terror level 1. So I'll just go ahead and disease in maybe here and disease in I don't know, here. Okay, that's fine. So that's all that resolved. Oh yeah, 1 fear per land with invaders where Dahan outnumber buildings. I have to also resolve that. So land per thing. So that's going to be 1, 2, 3. Actually, where lands outnumbers buildings. No, so this counts as well. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 fear. That's another fear card. That's nice. Nice. Okay, so we have 3 fear cards, all at terror level 1, unfortunately, but it is what it is. Let's see what we can do. I'm remembering, of course, that we can't remove explorers. So on each board, push 1 explorer or town, flee from dangerous lands from a land with badlands, wilds, or Dahan. So I can push this, which is quite nice. Get rid of you. Where do I push you? So away from the coast, I guess. I'll push you in here. And that's on this board. And then on this board, I can do the same. Push 1. And push 1 of these into here, I think. I have to do it, and I don't want to push this because it's about to ravage and die. So I'll just push that and I'll push it out. That's okay. That's done. Flee from dangerous lands. Second, each player chooses a land to isolate. Okay, so we've got that isolated already, so we can isolate 2 more lands here, which could be quite nice. This is going to ravage next turn, as is this, so I don't want to hit coastal lands and hit those lands. However, if I choose those to isolate, I'm missing on. I'm basically choosing. I have to hit coastal lands for that to matter, so I don't think I will pick them. I think in this case I'm just going to pick some empty lands here. So I will pick probably you and I guess you, because you hit 2 birds with 1 stone. You will hit a coastal and you'll hit a mountain explorer. So I think that's pretty okay. Let's go ahead and choose that. Yeah, sure. And then last but not least, each player chooses a different coastal land with Dahan. In each, 1 damage per Dahan. Okay. Fair enough. So in this case over here, well, I would have a different coastal land with Dahan. Okay. So, well, in this case, I'll deal 3 damage over here with Kill the City. 1 damage per Dahan. Yeah, kills a city. That generates 2 fear. And then over here, I'll just kill 3 explorers. So we know the ravage is happening anyway, so it's not going to matter. Kill all those explorers, and that's nice. They're all dead. Then we'll go ahead and deal the do the ravage. So over here, ravage dead. Let's go back in there and let's deal 1 fear. Safe, safe, and safe. Now let's go ahead and do that awful build. So we have build up here is going to build 1 town, and then it's going to replace 2 of them explorers with 2 towns. And then over here, we're going to build a town, and then we're going to replace 3 explorers with 3 towns. And there is the awfulness of France really shining. 1, 2, 3. Okay. And that's bad news all around, needless to say. Okay, next thing we do then is we, so that's the build. We didn't do a triangle trade. We did all the replacement stuff. Take them off for now and we will explore. And it's going to be the coastal lands as we said. So it's a pity we didn't choose those jungles after all. So let's go ahead and explore first. 1, 2. Yeah, we're not going to trouble here. 1, 2. 1, 2. At least I'll get to go to bed. 1, 2, and then over here, 1, 2. We just place 1,000,000 explorers here. That's isolated at least. And then over here we do 1, 2. 1, 2. Okay, that's gone. And then we finally do the, we've no escalation, but we have to place our France 6, which is on each board. We can do in a land without explorers. I think I only have one option here, is there. I'm clearly not doing it in that land. And then over here I can choose up there, why not? Okay, very, very, very bad all-round situation. What can I do about it? I have nothing going on with Wildfire, so its cards are gone. Over here I have 1, 2, 3 abilities with Wounded Waters, and they all get bonuses of damage from Flame's Fury. So adding a beast can deal 2 damage. And it can stop a build. So like in there, for example, could be something. Alternatively, can I go ahead and look to deal with one of these awful ravaging jungles with all of what I have? So I've got range 1. I can push up to 2 explorers, Dahan or Blight. It's not doing too much for me. And then I have 1 fear, push up to 2 towns, presence or beast. So this can help me get, like, for example, those 3 things out of that land, just for argument's sake. That's all that pretty much does. I could also push the Blight out of it as well to stop it ravaging for 2 on the next turn. So that could be something I could do. It does mean that I'm not getting any of the benefits from my Rolling Waters card here, nor am I getting any benefits from my Flame's Fury. So not in love with that. I'd prefer to be pushing the hand with that if I can. Pushing Dahan and Beast out of this land, for example, will actually deal me damage there, which is probably quite a bit nicer. So I kind of feel like I have to do that. There I could go like push a single explorer and a single Dahan out of the land, and then push a beast out of the land, and that will be solving that land basically, which sounds pretty good to me. So that's probably on that side, and then I can push the Dahan and the beast in somewhere and deal like 3 damage or something with my Rolling Waters plus my Flame's Fury. So that could be pretty good. And then alternatively on this side we have 1 damage, push a Dahan, 1 damage, push a beast. And that could be push a Dahan, push a beast, push both of them in here, and then deal an extra 1 damage. Could kill like just the city or something in there. And then I could also place in here, so I could deal like 5 with this in there, which is something, but 5 isn't even that much. Yeah, so this can push 3 things out of here. Okay, so that's what I want to do. In this land, I want to go push up to 2 explorers / Dahan. So push 2 Dahan in here. But the first ability, and then the second ability is 1 fear, push up to 2 buildings / presence / beast, and then I want to push a presence and a beast in here. So that pushed 3 things in there, 2 beasts, or 1 beast and 2 Dahan. The Dahan, when you move any number of Dahan into a land, you may deal 1 damage there, or any number. Yeah, well, okay, doesn't matter. I'll go in there. So that's 1 damage. The beast is another damage, and the Flame's Fury is another damage. So that's 3. Kill the city. And look to pick off some of that stuff with the Ravage next turn. So that's 2 more fear. Then I have add a beast and a disease in here. So I'll add a beast into this land and a disease, and that's going to trigger another 2 damage. Kill you, which is 1 more fear. We're in terror level 2 at least. And a disease in here. Okay, and then that was this resolved. And then on the other side of things, I have 1 fear, 1 damage, push in the hand, and then 1 damage, add a beast. So here I have a fear, 1 damage, kill this. That's dead. And then push in the hand in here. And then I have 1 damage, add a beast. So I'll waste the damage here, which is a little unfortunate, but it's okay. So we go 1 Dahan kills this, and that's fine. And I also pushed the Dahan in here, which dealt 1 damage in that land. So I don't know. It's all looking pretty miserable, but I felt like I sort of had to try to deal with that land over there, which is what I'm going to try to do. Okay, so all of that is done. Energy's all gone. Excuse me, this goes away. These are gone, and now I am going to be able to draw my my final healing card here. And as we said, actually no, we didn't say. I thought I had to add 2 blight, but now I am actually able to grow with Wildfire, which I forgot about. So in that case, I didn't want to push that presence, did I? Because I'm able to grow into that land with Wildfire now and solve that land, which is better. So yeah, don't push that to hand with that ability, and don't push the presence either. So instead of doing that, instead of pushing up to 2 to hand, we can push up to 1 explorer away from that land and push that explorer in, I think, there. Because we use that ability over there. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So with that ability, we did push 1 explorer, push 1 to hand, and push 1 beast with the second part. And we didn't. I mean, we can push a thing. We will, I suppose, push that in there instead. Okay, let's do that. Right, my goodness me, brain is melting out my ears at this point. So that's gone. We have 3 energy. That's back there. All of this can go over here. This one is going back here, and we are going to growth. If I reclaim and gain a major, I'd have 4 energy, but I only have. I need to keep 1 for the ability with wounded or with transforming. Transforming on the other side of things now needs energy, as well as hitting its ability. So it's most likely going G3 this time. Into that land. Taking this from a 3rd card play. And I can't hit triple green, not even remotely. This is the only green card I have. So triple. In actual fact, I had set the strength, didn't I? Yeah. Oh well. Set the strength in there and just kill off some of that stuff and then sap the rest, which is probably just okay. Otherwise, going across and trying to deal with some of that, can that be an issue? Can that be a thing? I doubt it. What happens if I go across there? So right now I'll be able to play basically 3 cards. Let's say for argument's sake I play these 3 cards. God, I don't even have the air. Or the 2 air for that. If for argument's sake I do Haunted by Primal Memories instead, then those. So growing there, Haunted by Primal Memories as well. That's going to give me. That doesn't even give me the bloody 3 fire. Well, swap sap with flash fires, and that can give me a fast flash fires, which might be something. So this would be give me 4, and I need 3 of it. So okay, let's look like that then. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1 on the pool. No, because this doesn't give me 3. Doesn't give me the 3rd plant, so I can't do this. So forget about that. I need a plant card again. Missing all these plant cards has really hurt me here. So I will instead basically go gain a power. And this needs to be a 0 basically. So I play a 0 and a 0. And then I need a 0, a plant card for 0. And that's rough. Because I need to be able to remove with this. Well, I lied. I actually don't need a plant with 0. I need a plant or a earth with 0. Because if I take an earth, then I can use the first level of this to generate the second plant. So that can work. So I need a plant or an earth at 0 cost. And that gets me in it. But I have to do it this way. I have to progress. I have to do something. So let's go ahead and look. If I miss, the game is over, but this game is almost over anyway, so let's go ahead and look. Forecast 1, 2, 3, 4. No. Scream Disease is no. Shore Seeds is no. Entrap the Forces is no. I need 1 0 cost. Show me the money. Renewing Rain. 4-1 cost. The game's over. No, it isn't. I can take from top track. What am I talking about? I can take from top track and just play 2 cards. I don't need to play 3 cards here, of course. Yeah. Did I? Yeah, I think that's okay. So yeah, I hit one of my actual combos, Shore Seeds. So let's put that in my hand, and we can play it. Yeah. Okay, let's do that. So we'll gain the Shore Seeds. We'll only have 2 plays, but we'll gain an energy. And instead of playing lands and haunted embers, we play the Shore Seeds with Hatred. We'll play Threatening Flames, and that will give us some pretty nice things to do here. So they all go into my hand. That's okay. Those cost 1 and 0. On this side of the board, I'm going to have to gather that out of that land, so that's okay. But I can do that. So let's see what we're doing on the side of this. We're surely reclaiming with Rotting Water, so let's go ahead and reclaim cards, which gives us an energy. We get 1 energy from here, so it's going to be 5 total. And I have a 0. 3 card play, so I can play like 0, 0, and then a major could be a thing. I think this game is getting bad enough that I need a major power here, and then I can use my energy spike on the following turn or something to play it. So let's look for a major power. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. We got Walls of Rock and Thorn. Love the card, not going to work here. Plague Ship, perfect elements, but it's not a very good card, I find. Bargains of Power and Protection, and Vanish Softly. So we didn't hit another Butters type of card here. I could threshold Walls of Rock with the transforming ability that can help me do that, but I don't have the spare energy needed to use the transforming ability, which I have to. I have to get that 2 blight back on that card right now, so I can't play a 4-cost major here. What does Bargains of Power and Protection do for me? Does it do anything? 3, 2, 2. It's infinite. The Guardian Serpents together with that gets me some of the way. Then I could take the water from there, which gets me almost all the way, and then I just take the sun from the transforming. So I can technically threshold Bargains of Power Protection right now, which would give me a proliferate, and it gives me what? Where am I pushing? What am I doing with that? Not really doing anything, am I? Guardian Serpents, like fast phase, add a beast, deal some damage somewhere. Okay, sure, stop a build somewhere. That's not the end of the world. It would allow me to defend this Ravage, which is actually something. It is actually something. And next turn I can get over and solve that without having to touch it. It basically just gives me a free solve there. Gives me a free solve there on the following turn. Okay, fine, fair enough. I guess we're taking Bargains of Power and Protection and looking to threshold it. So those are gone. Majors are gone. I need to forget a card, which will be, I don't know. So what we're doing here is this turn, just picking my turn itself, play the part with the bargains. Play the Guardian Serpents because we like the proliferate or the remove from the track, and then one other card that we can play is, I guess it's not going to matter that much. Actually, if I play this, no, that almost let me do this. Yeah, that didn't quite. Okay. I'd like to, I think, do Swarming Wasps in here if we can. No, we can't. we are going to, of course, get our water taster rune here. So I'm just going to go ahead and place that here right now. That's going to be a fast ability we have access to. So let's see what we can do to optimize for that. Yeah, I think, can we optimize for that in any way? We play this. That gives me my triple sun. I take one water from Wildfire, and then I take a thing from there, and that gives me the third level of this ability, right? Yeah, so I can get the third level of this. That would be really nice. So I think they're my cards that I play. So again, one from there, one from the track, and I had 3. So let's go ahead and go 1, 1, 1, 2, and I saved the 1, which is nice. I am looking to then potentially gather a blight into one of my lands. I'm looking to deal damage. Actually, I can use that on Wildfire, which is super nice. Yeah, that's really nice, I guess. Okay. So what does this do? Gathers a beast, deals 2 fear, and then 1 explorer and 1 town or the hand do damage to other invaders only. So what? Gather a beast in there. There's nothing. What does this actually solve? Get the bottom thing as well, and that's for each beast. Push 1 explorer and town or the hand in here. So if I do it in here, I go gather a beast. Can't gather a beast, but I could add one with the Guardian Serpent somewhere. So gather a beast in. 1 explorer deals damage to another thing, and then I have 3 explorers left, and then for each beast I can push 2 of them out, so it's okay. Not the best. Wow, this is really something. My brain is starting to give up here, guys. It's getting late, but I have to keep trying to push through. So we said on this side of the board we were doing gather this blight out of here. That's definitely happening. So we gather the blight out of there and we put it in one of these 3 lands. Let's go ahead and put it in Wildfire's other land, so they've got a target to create a Badlands for, which is a nice target over there, so that's fine. Wildfire is going to grow into this land, and by doing that, it's going to place a blight, and it's going to deal 2 damage, which will kill this town and generate a fear, and push 2 explorers. You'll push those 2 explorers into here. So that's that. You have 2 fear. Push 1 explorer or town per terror level. So actually it's terror level 2, so this is actually going to work really well. I can push 2 towns. I didn't think of this before. Push these 2 towns, and I'll push them all in here as well. Oh no, join adjacent land without your presence. That's a lie. Can't do that, of course. Get rid of that isolate from the previous turn. So let's go ahead and push them in there, I think. That's okay. And now that's a safe ravage, which is nice news. So that's that. I still have this, and we still, of course, have the transforming ability, so we'll get to that. Over here, I can use... No, I can't push them because my presence is in that land. What am I talking about? I'm all over the place. So I'll push them in here. And then I have what I can do. Bargains of power and protection. So I'm going to remove from my track. Yeah, I think I'll take it from my top track. As I'm going to be losing energy now. So let's go ahead and take that, and that just gets removed from the game. Setting on a reminder card over here, and it's okay. So what I'll do when I do that is I'll place a reminder of a different color on here, just to remind myself that I get one less energy. Actually, I'll put it here. And then from now on, each hand within one of my presence grants defend in the land, and that is one away in that land, so that's okay. Otherwise, then I also have this, which is add one beast in one of target spirit's lands. So how does this work? So when your powers add or move into a land, okay, so I won't do that yet. We'll do, I think, this, of course, over here as well. We will do, I think, the transforming first. No, actually, because I think I'm going to forget bargains of power and protection here with the transforming ability. So I will use the rest of my abilities first, then I'm going to forget bargains of power and protection, and I'm going to look for another major with that. And then next turn I can use my energy spiking action to play that major if I need to. So yeah, that's what I'm going to do. So bargains is good, but I don't think I'm going to need to play it a second time. I think I need now to find some big damage cards. That'll just give me a little bit of help in the game, but it's enough for now. So I'll use my other abilities first, then I'll transforming. So oh yeah, no, the reason I was doing this in the other order was because I wanted to get a Badlands in there first, but look, it's okay. So add one in one of target spirit's lands, and I will add that in. I said I'll in here. That'll deal 2 damage. Kill them. Okay. No. Madness. Madness, madness, madness. Put them back for a second. Don't do that ridiculous madness. Oh yeah. No. Do that ridiculous madness. Yeah. It's fine. It's gone. Yeah. The threatening flames, however, 1 damage. The thing, 1 damage. Gather thing, 1 damage. Yeah. Yeah, the threatening flames to push these out. I wouldn't have done that earlier on because it doesn't make sense. There's a much better play to make by not pushing that. I will still do it, and I'll keep the two fear. Oh, how much fear do I have in the pool right now? Oh, goodness me. Is that 2 or 4 fear in the pool? Oh, I'm going to have to watch that when I'm watching back and make sure I catch that. I think I might have only had 2 fear in the pool there. And that was from the threatening flames itself, I think. Yeah, I think it was only 2. I think on the previous turn I got just enough to go into a fear card, so I think that was just 2. But we'll watch that one while we're doing the playthrough. So this isn't resolved yet, but I have gained the 2. I'll put it back. What I want to do here is this is going to allow me to deal 1 damage in one of target spirit's lands. I could deal the damage in here and get some of those towns back in the supply. So if I do 1 damage in target spirit lands, if you target another spirit, you also destroy 1 and deal 1 more damage, and then you gather a beast. which will deal 1 more damage. So that will deal 3 damage. But if I do the transforming first, then I will be able to put a Badlands in there and then deal the extra point to kill the extra town. So let's go ahead and do that. So that is going to let me do, first I'll do the Water Taste of Ruin, and actually, you know what, I'm pretty close to killing all the buildings on the island. I'll kill them too, and then this will be the only buildings left on the board, but there's no way I can kill them. They're way too hard to get over to. So here I can do, there's nothing I can do about that mess. So, but I'll do it first because I want to do this, then do this, then do this. So that's fine. So on this one, I've got all of the abilities of all of this. So I've got the whole thing. And this, of course, would have stopped me having to do the special rule, the forget stuff this turn. So that's fine as well. So I get to go over here. Oh, I can't even gather a bloody beast. Christ. I want to do, oh no, that's already solved. Okay, well, anyway, it's fine. Do it in here, I guess. And I would just push it out into there and just, yeah, that'll be a thing for next turn, I guess. So it's fine. So, okay, where am I? Oh no, I don't have range for there. Ugh. Ouch, I don't have range into that land, so it has to be in this land, I guess. So gather 1 beast. Don't have one. 2 invaders, 2 fear if invaders are present. 1 oh my god, that's so bad. Rubbish, there has to be a better land than that, surely. Yeah, okay, well I can do it over on this side of the board, I guess. It's pretty rubbish, but if I do it over here, I'm literally gather. Yeah. Do it over here. I'm going absolutely insane here, guys. I'm so sorry. I'm so tired. It's very hard to follow what's going on. So gather 1 beast into this land. When I gather that in, that's going to deal a damage. It's going to die. Then I'm going to generate 2 fear and then do some stuff where things deal damage to other invaders only. So that's not going to matter. And then for each beast, I can push a Explorer and a Dahan, and then I'm going to push this Explorer in here, which is going to kill, actually it's going to kill this Explorer. So that's okay. So that's all done. Now I can do transforming. So we both will, so now I have 4 plus 2, which gives me, oh my god, it's so wasteful. I've got an amazing transforming and nowhere to spend the peeps. So yeah, whatever. So we both get to do the thing. So that's done. Oh no, we said we didn't even spend this. Oh yeah, so we would have pushed these 2 in here. Or no. In 1 in there and 1 in there because we got we lost a free damage from the previous ability when one Dahan got to kill him, so he's dead, and I pushed him in there. Now I do the forget thing, and I forget just one of these rubbish cards. Forget Lands of Haunts and Embers, doing nothing for me. And then on this side of the board, we forget Bargains of Power and Protection. That's what we said. So you're gone. Look for a major on the side of 1, 2, 3, 4. On the side of Wounded Waters Bleeding, we've got Death Falls Gently, Transform to a Murder of Darkness, Melt Earth into Quicksand, and Winds of Rust and Atrophy. So Winds has got to be something we can get close to thresholding, but not quite. A little bit short on it, but it would help us downgrade cities. Help us do something. Have we a way to destroy that big land up there? If we had a way to destroy this land, we could win the game pretty soon here. So target player spirit may choose one of their sacred sites in that land, replace each of their presence with bad lands. The presence leaves the game, push any number of those things, and then 3 damage per thing replaced. So I could deal what? Next turn, if I go grow into there with this, and I think I put 2 presence placements in there. Put 2 bad lands, and then deal 6 damage, which would be 8 damage. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'd still be shy. I would be shy. I'd be shy. Well, okay, we'll just take, I guess, Winds of Rust and Atrophy then. Super unexciting though. I'm trying to push this through to a win condition here. This is taking so long. This is this is really quite something. Trying to push this through to a win condition. So I guess if I take the transform, and then between that and the growth of transforming next turn, I think we can potentially do it. What are we building right now? We're building over here. That's the one that we are building, I guess. Yeah, I'm going to do it and try to win next turn. Do that. Put this in my hand, and then I already forgot a card, but I gained a major, so I need to forget another card, which is going to be throw away the Rack of Pain and Grief. You're gone. This goes into my hand. I've absolutely lost the plot entirely here, folks, clearly. So we've both done that. No, I didn't. I didn't gain a minor on the side of transforming. 1, 2, 3, 4. I discarded, but I didn't. Yeah, because I discarded something rubbish, didn't I? Yeah, and I didn't gain a power. So okay, Drought, Treacherous Waterways, Gnawing Root Biters, Flesh Rot Fever. So we don't hit any plant. I have the Drought. Do I have a way to get the sun? I can hit. Yeah, I can. I can hit the triple sun with Drought and use that as a way to clean out a land. So I might do that. The other cards are unexciting, so that might help me win the game next turn. So let's go ahead and take that as well. Okay, let's move this along here. So we did that. Now we both spend one and one to do the thing, which is going to let us remove. So on this side of the board, you remove from there. That becomes a Badlands. And then for Wounded Waters, they can remove 1 in here. That becomes a Badlands. And that gives me my 6 blind back. Finally. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Eventually got there. And all goes back on the card. 3 per player. Put it all back. I don't think I've ever once done that in this game. Funny enough. So that's all back on the card. And the rest of that is done. I took a plant because it doesn't matter otherwise. So I'll take a plant as the last one, and that'll give me 4 damage. At which point I have literally 1 in here, so we'll kill it, because I don't want to be destroying these. I want to, in this case, use 1 damage in one of target spirit lands. I'm going to target Wildfire in that land, destroy one of their things to deal an extra damage, and then I'll gather a beast from here which deals an extra damage, and then that's the 4th damage, so that deals 4 damage total, kills both of them. That's 2 more fear. Okay, so that was on this turn. We had 2 fear from this, 2 fear from this, and then we actually never took the 2 fear from the Threatening Flames in the end, did we? So I think we never took that. We're going to go ahead and take that 2 fear. I don't think it's going to matter. So that's all fine. All of that's done. I think on this turn there was a beast in there already. I just gathered one in, but there was already one in there, but I forgot with my Wildfire ability I have to push the beast out. So I pushed them out, I just pushed that in, I guess, here. And then the second one just got gathered in there, so that didn't matter. So, okay, we finally did everything that we need to do. I obviously claimed that final healing marker and gained my thing there. So that's all good. I'll gain my Water's Taste of Ruin ability, which is done for the turn. So let's try to push this through and see if we can get the win. Blighted land. On each board, remove a beast from a land with a disease and remove a wilds from a land with a disease. Okay, so on each board, lands with beasts and disease, there's one. And then on this board, the beast is gone from there, which is pretty nasty. Both of those gone. Okay. And then in each land with disease, 1 damage to each invader and 1 damage to each Dahan. Well, isn't that a thing of beauty? Look at that. And then remove the disease from each land, or this destroys any building. So in here, in each land with a disease, 1 damage to each invader. You're dead. Over here, you're dead. Over here, you're dead. Over here, all 4 of you are dead. That is just a wonderful, wonderful thing. And then each spirit may add 1 Dahan to one of its lands with Dahan. So do I have any lands with Dahan for either thing? I do. There's 1, and then up there I guess there's another one. It's fine. And didn't that work out quite well? Didn't force us to place any blight or anything. We've got 1 fear card. Let's go ahead and resolve it at tier level 2. Each player may replace a town with an explorer in a coastal land. Doesn't matter at all. Doesn't make any difference to us. Ravage. No, yes, which is a blight cascade. 1 and 1. Build. No, yes. So that goes town, and then it replaces 3 of them with towns. That's a little bit nasty, but otherwise we're pretty good here. Then we go explore. Wetlands. So explore first. No source. No source. Obviously we have a source up here, 1, 2. And then over here on our, and then we have or on our thing, we have a source there as well. Okay. I'm pretty sure we don't explore there, even though there's an explorer in there. There's no source to the land, so I don't think we explore there in that case. That's an interesting one. I better look up after the fact, because that will potentially matter. So now what we do is we do the France escalation. So after exploring on each board, pick a land of the shown terrain. If it has buildings, add blight. Otherwise, add a town. So I have to add a town on this board, and I'll add 1 in here. And then on this, it's the same story. I'll add 1 in here. And then we scoot along and we do our France 6 roll. 1 and 1. Free kill with a ravage. Okay. That's alright. Now, did I... yeah, not the Han insurrection, or the slave rebellion is quite a bit down. That's fine. So here we get to go into a coastal land, add a fear, and add a badlands and a wilds. So at range 1. So Badlands and Wilds in any one of these lands is not going to matter at all. Oh, I can reach in there, so let's go ahead and do that. We'll actually kill back to hand, so let's not do that. Sure, in here, Badlands and Wilds. Actually, no, we've already explored jungle, so let's not do it in there. Let's do it in sands. Yep, okay. Badlands and Wilds in that land, that's fine. And then we also have over here, we have one away from where you have a thing. You've got 1 damage and then 1 damage. So that's 2 damage into that land. And then I can add a thing. So 2 damage and then add a beast, which will deal another 1 damage. So 3 damage in there. One of them is gone. That's in there. That's another fear. We're still quite a bit away from terror level 3. Yeah, we're miles away from it. So that's okay. That's that done. All of our slow powers are done. Done and done. This is one hell of a playthrough, guys. My goodness me. Done and done. Okay. So back to growth. We're on -1 energy. We know that over here. Over here we go back as well. We've got 5 blight left on the card. Now, where is about to build? This is about to build a city. If we grow in there, pull the blight, do that trick again and pull the blight out of there and just grow in there, it stops that building a city. This isn't going to build a city. This isn't going to build a city. It's not actually going to build, well, yeah, that's going to build towns. I was thinking, could I push the victory up in this corner? But no, I guess I can't now that I look at it. There's enough going on the board that that's not going to work. Still, having said that, drought into that land could be nice. We've also potentially got Lands of Haunts and Embers back online. Just wondering if I land a Haunts and Embers somewhere. Drought somewhere. Haunted by Primal Memories works really well on this turn in that land. On bottom track to open Reclaim 1 could be nice because Boon of Corrupted Blood is a pretty good card to reclaim. So Haunted by Primal Memories has to go in there. That has to be that land anyway, clearly. So that's definitely happening in there. Other than that, we've got this land over here to solve. What can we do with that land? By you swarming wasps together with the Water Taster Rune, I can more or less solve that this turn. So let's go on the bottom track. Let's use this ability from the bottom track which opens up a reclaim one and gives us back Boon of Corrupted Blood. It sort of feels like I want to be doing that. So that's fine. That will be able to be played to there. So this would be now basically 2 energy plus 3. That'd be 5 energy. 2 from here plus 3 here. 3 card plays. Ignore this nonsense transform for a minute or two. Be something like Weep for What Is Lost. It'll cost me 1 total. Put 4 down here. 1 total up here and then save 1 for the other thing. So that could be okay. And that would give us then, I could use this as an animal. And we'd unlock level 3 of this and level all of this again. But now that lets us solve this in the fast. So add a... if I could get into range there, I could add a beast in there, deal a damage, and then pull the beast in and do some stuff in here. So I think that might be useful. So let's go ahead, I think, and do that. We want to, I think, solve this on this side of the board and just have that board clear, and then just come over and just finish off this land, basically, and just leave all that sort of as it is. So I think this is what we want to do. We have the Drought. I'd like to have the Drought up in that corner. That was kind of what I was thinking, if I could. Go up here. And add 2 different blight from it, 2 different rules this turn. 2 abilities, add 2 different blight. Is that good? So we're going to go what build. If I push these out of here, that doesn't build. Get over there and hit them, that doesn't build. So what am I, just before I finalise my, oh no, that's, yeah, it's range 1 only. Doesn't work. Yeah, no, it doesn't work. I also want to gain a pair because I want to find the plant card. I want to find a plant card. I can. These back in my hand. Definitely playing this card. That costs 1, but it does not give us a fire. So I'd have to go top track or bottom track here. That costs 1. Then I won't be able to use the transforming ability. I won't be able to trigger. Just trying to push for a win here. I'm trying to see how I can push for that win. I'm not seeing it. I'm not quite seeing it. I can solve this, push some of that away or whatever. That's all fine, but I can't get the thing sorted with Wildfire. Drought. Reclaim. I can just use Drought to solve what's in there. But it'll be Blight Cascade. Yeah, it's none of that sounds good. Oh man, well, this is hard work. Hard work. Oh my God. Time we got half one. Wonder am I just going to cancel this and just close it out tomorrow? I'm so tired, and I'm not seeing the way to just close this right now. Super tired here. I think I'm gonna just let this go. Pick it up tomorrow, and where I have more brain power, because this is just too much, and I just can't get it over the line right now. I can't see how to finish this right now. So I think I'll put that back there. I'll come back with a fresh face and close out the rest of this game tomorrow, because it's 1:30 in the morning, and I'm just not. I'm not getting this done in the next few minutes. This is going to require a little bit more thinking. So I should be able to win it from here, all right. But I just can't. My brain is just it's just giving up. So I think I will. I'll do the sensible thing finally, and I'll close it. I'll come back and finish this playthrough tomorrow. Okay, everybody, welcome back. This is day 2 of the playthrough with Wounded Waters and Wildfire into France. I left this one last night. My brain was done. I was super tired, and I have words to say on all of that. Including sort of the length of playthroughs and all of those kind of things, but this is already a long enough video, and I do want to get it closed off and hopefully get this win notched off. So we'll come back to that, I think, on the podcast episode. For now, a couple of things here. I've had a little time to kind of regroup, figure some stuff out. Just a few things to point out here. First is that I had been forgetting about the bargains of power and protection. So obviously I didn't have the card to hand last night. I put it on the table now, and that of course solves this land, this one over here, which is ravaging, and I was spending a lot of mental energy trying to figure out how to solve that land. So totally forgot that there's already a defender 4 natively in here, provided I can get within range 1 of it. So that helps. The other thing I'm pointing out here is I've got two fear that I'm going to add into the pool. So at the end of the night last night, they were not on the pool, but now they are. I went back and I looked, and that turn previously where I couldn't figure out how many fear had been in the pool, it should have been 4 instead of 2. So I sort of did I hurt myself by 2 essentially by pushing those back up to the top of the board here. So I should have 2 extra fear in the pool. Hopefully I didn't make any other mistakes throughout the playthrough, but obviously I'll keep an eye on that as I'm doing my editing. Other than that then, so basically on the side of Wounded Waters, we had already decided what we were going to do, and that isn't changing. So I've got my kind of growth options, I've gained my energy, I've played my cards. The things I have left to do here is I need to add a presence at range 3, and I also need to add a destroyed presence on this board. So I have those 2 things that I need to do here, which I can go ahead and do now. So I'll add this presence over in here, which is the range 3, so that's range 2 into that land, and then I'm going to add 1 destroyed presence, and I'm going to put that in here. So that's everything done on the side of Wounded Waters, and as I say, I've already gained my energy. On the side of Wildfire, I have decided that I'm going to reclaim, so I've already sort of laid that out here. I've got my 1 energy plus the 1 from the track. I haven't gained a power card yet. I put all my cards back in my hand, and these are the 2 cards that I'm going to play for the turn. So I'm going to go ahead and gain a power card now. I think I may well go and look for a major here, because I have cards to throw away. So I think I'm going to look for a major, because I am looking, the plan that I've made, I have essentially come up with a plan here that is really strong into Sands as the next Explorer. So I'm looking to push the victory. I talked about this last night. that I was looking for a way to close this victory out. That land up here, this land 8 on board A, is making that quite tricky, but I've come up with a line of play here that if I hit sands, which is a 50-50 shot, so I have 2 stage 2 cards possible to come up with our remaining stage 2 card. It's either going to be mountains or sands. If I hit sands, I'm in a really strong spot in this game. And we'll see how that plays out. If I hit mountains, it's definitely a lot less strong and I'll have more work to do, but if I hit sands, I should be able to close this game out. So I'm looking for a major that's going to help me with that plan, and I'm essentially looking for a fast major to deal with this land in the corner. And there are, as far as I looked, I had a quick scan through not these cards clearly, but through the Spirit Island card catalogue, and there are at least 3 cards that I can hit, at least with Wounded Waters, that can solve that land and get the victory. And I think probably getting the major on Wildfire side could help with that. So I'll go ahead and do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, and have a look and see. Cast Down isn't it. Focus of Land's Anguish isn't it. Ravage Undergrowth isn't it. And Other Accursed Dread and Bone isn't it. None of these cards are it that I'm looking for. So I'll probably just go ahead and basically choose one and just throw it away, because they don't even help really with elements either. So I won't waste any time with that. They're all gone. I obviously pick one, but I choose to forget it to the major, so I'll just forget all 4, and that was a wasted card draft. So okay, not a big deal. So they're the cards I'm playing. As I say, I get my energy with Wildfire over here. What I have the first level of transforming. I'm not going to hit the blight. The blight removal, but I'm at the stage in the game now where I'm pushing for that victory, and I don't think that the blight removal is going to matter. I'm not going to be able to hit that 6 that I hit yesterday, so I'm going to have to basically win this with what's left on that card, and that's part of the reason why I'm really pushing to try to get this victory. So I'll go ahead and do this as it is, and we'll talk about the cards I'm going to play here. On the side of on Wounded Waters, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to gather this blight, and I will gather it into this land up here. So yeah, we'll gather it up into that land up there, so that's fine. Excuse me. And then what I will do is I'll go ahead and start using my cards. So first of all, Flame's Fury, been a bit of an MVP in this game. It's extremely good with Wounded Waters, so I'll give it to them again. That gives them 1 more energy, and obviously their cards now all get +1 damage, or their powers, should I say, not cards. On this side of the board, I'm going to make a really risky play, and I'm going to Lands of Haunt and Embers into a land that already has Blight. I talked about this before being a card I may not use for the rest of the game, and here I am now throwing 2 Blight on the board. So this is a risky play, but as I say, I'm kind of pushing for the victory if I can. So I'm going to go ahead and Lands of Haunts and Embers here, and I will do it into the land beside me. So that's into this land here, which is going to be 2 Fear, push up to these 2. They're going to get pushed into here, and then if the target land has Blight, another 2 Fear, and then I'm going to add a Blight at the end. So obviously adding a Blight is going to cascade as well, so it's 1 in there, and I will add 1 into this land over here. So this whole board is a mess, but I'm going to basically clean the whole thing right now, which is quite nice. So let's go ahead and do that. We'll close those out on this side. I do of course have this Firestorm as well, which is going to matter, and I can do. Oh yeah, what I said in this case was, yeah, so sorry, let me just get the order of operations correct here. So I won't use the Firestorm innate yet. I won't use Transforming yet. I'll use Firestorm. So that's going to go ahead and generate me 1 damage per 2 fire. So that's 2 damage. Do it in this land here, and that's going to be 4 damage because there's 2 bad lands. It's going to kill all of this, which is going to generate a Fear, and then the town is going to become 2 explorers and get pushed out into there. So that's going to go over there, and that's going to be fine. And that's that done. I still have the transforming to do. Over on the other side of things then, I'll go Swarming Wasps. I'm going to add a beast, and I'm going to add it into this land at range 1. So the beast goes in here. It deals 1 damage from Roiling Waters plus 1, which is going to be 2. That's going to kill that, and that's going to generate another Fear. That Fear is going to go there. I'm so far away from tier level 3, I need to push to try kill all the buildings, which to get a tier level 2 victory here, which is why there was a lot of different lines of play I could take here, and that's why I was really getting bogged down last night. But I think this is going to be the strongest way, so I'm going to go ahead and kill that that town in there. Next thing, I just realized something. Did I want to go in here with that presence placement rather than here? Because the transforming innate I'm going to use at the level to replace an explorer with a beast. If I go into here, 1, 2, 3, no, I don't want to do that. I want to stay in here. So yeah, it's fine. I'll stay in here. That's what I'm doing. Then after that, I will go Boon of Corrupted Blood is 1 damage in one of target spirits lands. I'll target myself, and that's going to give an extra 1 damage. That kills those 2 explorers and stops them building towns. So that's that done. The next thing I'll do then is my Water Taste of Ruin, and in this case I have 1 single sun, I have the 2 fire, and I of course have 4 beasts, or 4 animal, 1, 2, 3, and I took the animal here, so that's 4, and that gives me all levels of this. So I'm going to target into this land at range 1. I'm going to gather a beast, which is going to deal 1 damage from my Roiling Waters. I'm going to add a damage to it from the Flame's Fury. That's going to deal 2 damage, so it's going to kill that town. That's a fear. Next line is 2 fear if invaders are present. They are. That's going to generate 2 more fear. Then 1 explorer and 1 town do damage to other invaders only. So one of these towns deals 2 damage to another town, which kills that town. That's another fear. And then finally, for each beast, I can push 1 explorer and 1 town out of hand, and that pushes that town, and I'm going to push it back into that land, which is, as we said, defended 4. So that's a little bit exposed to if we get a +2 event edge case, but I think that's okay at this stage of the game. I'm just going to kind of push my luck just a little bit here. So that's all done. The final thing is then I'll do transforming. So with transforming, I am going to go ahead and on the side of Wildfire, I think I'm going to dig again and try to find a major again. So next turn I essentially have these 3 cards that can help me with my innate and all of that sort of stuff. So I don't really think I need, for example, Drought. It's not going to come up, so I'm going to pitch Drought. That's the card I'm going to throw away. And on the side of Wounded Waters, well, I think I can do this in any order. I don't think I have to choose the ones to discard first. So I'm going to just go ahead and search on the side of Wildfire for a major. 1, 2, 3, 4. See, can I hit one? Fire and Flood again. That's not it. Unlock is not it. Pyroclastic Flow and Transformative Sacrifice are potentially interesting. The Pyroclastic Flow would add a Blight. It would deal +4 damage. So this can deal 6 damage if I threshold it, and I probably can threshold this. I can. So if I want to threshold this, I could grow across into this land and deal 6 damage in there at fast speed. It would add a Blight. But I could get a sacrifice victory potentially in the fast next turn by growing over, placing 1 Blight, and then playing the Pyroclastic Flow and go Blight. That kind of cascades, and we lose at potentially the same time we win. I'm just wondering, that would deal 6 damage in there. I'd obviously need to deal a lot more damage in there, but that gives me a chance at least. So I think I'll go ahead and take that. The Transformative Sacrifice is nice on the elements, but I have my elements. I don't really need any more elements. So I'll take the Pyroclastic Flow as a backup plan. I'll go ahead and take that, and I will throw those away, and I'll throw 1 more card away at this point in time. I can actually throw away that Land of Haunts and Embers, because I don't need the fire anymore. So I will do that. just in case, and go ahead and throw that away. Lands of Hans and Embers is gone, and I'll keep the Pyroclastic Flow instead, so that's fine. The other side of things here, then, on the side of Wounded Waters, they're going to want to discard a card, which I think is going to just be Guardian Serpents from here. Yeah, discard the Guardian Serpents and look for a major. Again, we're looking for that fast major. I know there's 3 of them and I haven't hit any of them yet. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Look for a major. We have Flocking Red Talons, Settle into Hunting Grounds, Volcanic Eruption, and Terrifying Nightmares. None of those are it either. What happens if Terrifying Nightmares is the card I choose? That can push some towns out into here, which could, in theory, help. Volcanic Eruption, no, that's fast. Settle into Hunting Grounds, I'm not going to be able to threshold that most likely. Well, in theory, actually, I could. I could threshold Settle into Hunting Grounds. What can that do? Your presence may count as Badlands and Beasts. 2 fear and 2 damage. So I could get, 2 presence in there next turn, counted as 2 Badlands, and then this could deal 4 damage. Flocking Red Talons, add a beast, move up to 2 target land. So how does that work? So rolling waters could be interesting. So that could go add a beast. I can move 2 in there, which could come from here. So that alone deals 3 damage. And then for each beast present, choose a different invader, 1 damage to each of those invaders. And then you can push some stuff out. So I can just deal like 3 damage and then push 3 of the towns out. It's not super interesting. I do get to potentially repeat that power on a different land. And if I push them in here, I could repeat it in there, which would kill 3 of those towns. Because I could go, again, place a beast and then pull 2 more beasts across. So that could actually basically deal 1 damage to each of 3 towns and then push the towns out and then kill them in the other land. So Flocking Red Talons, and I could threshold this. So this could let me deal with 3 of those towns in there fast. And I could I can actually afford to do 1 damage to this city and 1 damage to the city, and then the Flocking Red Talons, then I deal 1 damage to each of 2 towns and then push 3 towns out. 2 of them already have damage on them, and then I do this in the land beside it, but the land beside it has a Badlands, so now that would allow me to deal 1 damage to each of the 3 buildings, and the extra Badlands kills them. So I'm speaking quite quickly here, so I don't take too long with it. But this would allow me to go 1 damage to a city, as well as kill 3 of the towns in there. So what's left behind is 2 towns and a city with 1 damage on it. That would require 6 damage to win the game, and I'm wondering, can I do that fast? So 6 damage with Pyroclastic Flow is nice. However, then I would kill a city and that would create a town, and doing that is no good, because if I do that, I wouldn't win with a sacrifice victory, because there'd still be a town left on the island, which is tricky. So do I have a way? I suppose I could reclaim the Boon of Corrupted Blood, go in there first, and Boon of Corrupted Blood in the land, which would what? I could just do Boon of Corrupted Blood was, yeah, well, all that really does is 1 damage, isn't it? Because at that stage I wouldn't be reclaiming. I wouldn't have the Flame's Fury. I couldn't reclaim because I have to grow across the island with the G2. So that doesn't work. Fucking Red Talons, Terrifying Nightmares just pushes stuff, it doesn't kill it. Settle into Hunting Grounds in that case. If I settle into Hunting Grounds in there, my presence counts as Badlands, so that would let me move in there, settle into Hunting Grounds, then I could do, again, because I can threshold this if I go top track, that gives me a plant. So I have the plant, plus the other element, the animal is easy. So then I could go in there with 2 of my presence next turn, which gives me 2 Badlands, and then I can deal 2 fear and 2 damage, which could kill the city and a single point of damage to one of the towns. Now I can go over with Pyroclastic Flow, and that could allow me deal 6 damage. So at this point I'd have 5 towns, but one of them would have a single point of damage on them. That lets me do 6 damage and which essentially is 8 damage, and I need to deal 9. However, at that point, I haven't considered Boon of Corrupting Blood, so if I do Boon of Corrupting Blood in there first, that 1 extra single point of damage is what will be enough to let us win the game. So just to be clear on that one, I think I got there. So the Settle into Hunting Grounds, if I take this card, next turn, assuming again I don't get evented in some way, but if the event doesn't impact us too hard here, I can go Settle into Hunting Ground. So grow in here with my, again, G3, which places a presence as well as a destroyed presence. So I now have 2 presents in there. I'm assuming there's no other buildings on the land when I do this, by the way, on the island, which is what I'm kind of going about trying to solve here. So get no other buildings on the land. The only buildings matter in here. So if I do that, that gets me in there with my my 2 presents, which I can count as Badlands towards this ability. Oh yeah, I forgot I don't have to sacrifice these. I was thinking about the Transform of Murderous Darkness, so I get to do a Boon of Corrupted Blood with the 2 Badlands as well. I was thinking my presence went away and I'd have to Boon of Corrupting Blood first, but I don't, clearly. So the Boon of Corrupting Blood gives me more than enough to be able to deal the extra damage in there. So with Settle, that will be 4. The Boon of Corrupting Blood will be 7. So that would kill a city and 2 towns, and that leaves 3 towns remaining in that land. And the 3 towns remaining in there, I might even be able to do something with the Water Taste of Ruin. Possibly. Do Water Taste of Ruin, and that could be what does that let me do? It lets me gather a beast. Okay, well I wouldn't have a beast to gather, would I? So that in theory wouldn't work. Yeah, well, that's okay. That doesn't matter. But it does let me do 1 town gets to deal 2 damage to other invaders. So that would kill 1 of the remaining towns, but there'd still be 2 left, so that's okay. I'm just wondering, can I get away with not having to do a Pyroclastic Flow sacrifice victory and, you know, jump myself across the island? But I think I have to jump across at that point. The question, though, is can I threshold Pyroclastic Flow, which I didn't consider. Thresholding this requires 3 card plays, so if I play Pyroclastic Flow, Haunted by Primal Memories, and one of the 0-cost green cards, that allows me to transforming and get the extra air that I need. So I can do that. Yeah. So I have everything I need to be able to threshold Pyroclastic Flow, and then that will place 1 blight, which gets 1 off here, and then it also places 2 more blight to win the game. which I think I can do. So I think I have it. I think I figured it out. I think I'm taking that settle into hunting grounds. So that means they're gone. Settle goes in my hand. And at this point, I have to choose, do I pitch this transforming or do I pitch this bloodwater and bloodlust? I think I maybe need the elements with the bloodwater and bloodlust, so I think I throw away the transforming. So let's go ahead and throw the transforming away. I was kind of looking forward to maybe winning with that card, but that's okay. So we throw that away. I think I have a deterministic win, but obviously this complicates things with the escalation from France in terms of the blight. So I may be miscalculating something here, but this is more or less what I was looking to do. So I think all of this is fine. We have resolved both of the transforming, the level 1. And we both get an Annie. The Annie on this side of the board is not going to matter because I can't quite hit the level 4. So my Annie over here, that's already done. So that's gone. And the Annie is irrelevant, so we don't care about it. And then on this side of the board, the Annie becomes an animal. So I have my son and my 3 fire left, and I have an animal, so I get the level 3, which target spirit replaces a explorer with a beast in one of their lands. And I don't get to do it on my side, but I do get to do it on the side of transforming, so I can replace that with that, and that will work just fine. Okay. So let's move on then. All of that is done. We've done our fast powers. We've got 1 slow, 2 slows left on that side of things. We'll go to the event and we'll see how hard we get hit by this. It's a relentless optimism, but that doesn't work. It's a cultures mix and clash on each board. If the hand outnumber buildings by 2 or more. So on this side of the board, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. How do I have 10 to hand? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 to hand. If they outnumber buildings by 2 or more, buildings is 2, 4, 6, 7. Oh, I do replace a town. Oh, with the hand. That's good news. So I get to replace a town with the Dahan, so I think that helps up here. Let's go ahead and replace that town with that Dahan. We might be able to do this without the thing after all, so that's that. You go back in the supply, and then on the other side of the board, if buildings outnumber, or sorry, if Dahan outnumber buildings by 2 or more, which they do by miles, replace a town with a thing. I don't even have one on this side of the board. So that was actually really, really nice. Next thing is on each board, in the land with the most combined invaders plus Dahan, add a disease. So that is clearly, I would say, going to be this one. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And we've got 7 down here as well. So that's actually quite nice down here. I can choose. It's not really going to matter, is it? I will, why not, pick up there, kill that Dahan. It did its job. No, just in case that matters, I won't. In case I get to deal damage equal to the Dahan or something like that, I won't. So I'll place it here instead, and deal 2 damage to Dahan. So one of them dies, but that's okay. We don't need all of them. We only need 2. And then on the other side of the board, the land with the most combined invaders and thing is going to be this in here, and that's just going to kill 1 Dahan. It's going to deal 2 damage, actually going to deal 3 damage, but it's okay. That works as well. Each spirit with at least 2 among all its lands gains 1 energy. So here we have it, and we also have it for the other side. So 1 energy each. 1 and 1. Good. Right. That's our relentless optimism done. We got out of jail with that one. That could have been a lot worse. That could have been, that actually went really well for us, so that's great. Now we'll go to our fear cards, remembering that we can't remove explorers, and that's okay. Each player adds 2 strife in a single land, not matching a ravage card. Not matching a ravage card. I'm going to go ahead and add these strife up here just in case. Sometimes you get where each strife deals damage, and that would be lovely into this land. So we'll add 1, 2, 3, and 4. And that can be the same land. So that is Nerves Fray, done. And then the second is skip the next normal Explorer, and then during the next Invader phase, draw an additional Explorer card. So that's going to really, really help. That should be enough to win us the game for sure. So Explorers are reluctant. That's deterministic at this point, I think. But I think we're okay. So we'll go Explorers are reluctant. Skip the next normal Explorer, and I'll put that there. And we're good to go. So let's go Ravage. No. Ravage here. That's Defender 1. That's fine. Ravage over here. Defender 4. That's all fine. That's dead. That generates a fear. These are gone. I'll put them here, but we're not even exploring this time. Then we'll go build. No. And then we will go explore, which gets skipped. And France 6 says after the normal explore, on each board, add 1 to a land without any. I wonder, does that trigger if you skip the Explorer? Skip the next normal Explorer after the normal Explorer. I think that gets skipped. But you know what? Just in case, I don't want to have an asterisk beside this if we would win the game without it. So let's go ahead and put you in there. That's 1 on each board, 1 and 1, because those lands get defend of 3 each natively, so they're super safe. And let's move these along. They're going to ravage and die anyway, so that's all good. The next thing then that we'll do, so they're solved. Let's bring them back. That was something from earlier. Let's bring that back. So now we have our slow phase, and we can 1 fear per type of invader present. How far? We're still like 3 cards away. Yeah, so that's we're not hitting the tier level 3, but that doesn't matter. So we will just go in here 3 fear basically, because we've per type of invader present we have all 3. So we'll go ahead and we'll generate 3 fear off that, and we won't push any explorers. Yeah, or we won't push anything. We can push explorers or towns, but we don't need to do that. Actually, you know what? We can do that, because that would also help us. We can win without having to play the Pyroclastic Flow. Unless I'm very much mistaken, if I push some of those in here, and then I grow across with G3 with Wildfire, I can just Wildfire away the towns, and then use the settle into hunting grounds and get the win that way. So let me just be sure about that. So if I push, for example, per blight, I can do per blight. So if I just push 2 of them there, let's just say for argument's sake I push them there. We said we could already do 7 damage ourselves with the settle as well as the boon of corrupting blood. That both works if I just go in there and reclaim the boon. So I think we're good. We can deal 7 in there, and then on Wildfire side they only have to grow across into that land and deal 2 when they arrive, and then we just need a way to trigger the Firestorm, and that will be a terror level 2. So yeah, it's deterministic. We have it. So this last ability is also just icing on the cake. I can deal 1 damage, plus 1 damage, plus add a beast, and that's going to also generate plus 1 damage from Flames Fury. So I can even do 4 damage right now into hey, you know what? Wounded Water can do it on their own, can't they? Yeah. So we won't push them. We'll give Wounded Waters the big W in this game. We'll go in here, 1 damage, push it to hand. Sure, I'll push it to hand in there, and that's going to trigger that and kill that, which would be nice. So that goes in there, and then it's 1 fear, 1 damage, 1 damage. Add a beast, which is another damage, and then Flames Fury is another damage. So that's 4 damage. That kills 2 towns, which generates 2 fear. That's fine. That's all that done up there. We almost have a clear board. So we're done on this side. That all goes away. That goes away. They get discarded, obviously. I'll just throw them up there. On this side of the board, the Flames Fury gets discarded, and we let Wounded Waters go ahead and take the plaudits with this victory. So they get to go. In this case, it'll be this one again. I get to reclaim 1 from my bottom track, so I'll reclaim Boon of Corrupted Blood. That goes back in my hand. They get to place 2 presents, so we'll go ahead and take from the top track as well as a destroyed present. So we go 1 with the destroyed presents, and range 3 also goes in there with that. I'll play Boon of Corrupted Blood, settle into hunting grounds, and Blood Waters and Lust. I would gain, this unlocks 4. So that basically goes 3 plus 3 is 6. I'll just generate my 6 here. I have infinite energy, so that's not going to matter. 3 and then 1 each on these. And that will give me my plant over here, which gives me this. I'll just throw the plant down just so we indicate what we're doing. That plant comes from that growth track. That gives me 1, 2, 3, and I can even take the 4th animal, whatever, it doesn't matter. So we have this. And then that's all we're going to need here. So basically we'll go, your presence may count as badlands and beasts, so I'll count them both as badlands, and then I'll trigger this, which is 2 fear, 2 damage in one of your lands. In here 2 damage will be 4 damage because of the 2 badlands. That kills those 2 towns, they both go there. That's 2 fear, and then we also get to go in here 1 damage in one of target spears lands. That becomes 3 damage, and that kills that city. And that is 2 more fear. That goes there. I don't quite hit a terror level 3. It's a terror level 2. And Wildfire didn't have to do anything at all. He got to put his feet up and relax for a few minutes and not deal any more damage on this onto this island. But great. Really happy with that. Really happy how that came together at the end. Super, super nice and super clean looking board. At least from an invader's perspective, there's a whole hell ton of blight and badlands and beasts and all sorts of interesting things going on, which is fun and cool, and I do quite enjoy a game where that sort of thing happens. So I'm not going to spend any time really digesting and dissecting the game. It's been a very long one at this point. We're probably pushing 4 hours at this point. So like I said, I've got words to say on that. We'll say it next time. For now, if you stuck around till the end and you got through that slog, especially last night when my brain was shutting down, I really do appreciate it. Hopefully I can cut a little bit of that out and do some amount of editing where I can pull out some of the kind of pauses and things like that, and shorten that up just a little bit. But hopefully, as I say, you enjoyed it. The one thing I will say is I mentioned it earlier in the video, which was yesterday, that I had done another playthrough from the France options, the 3 options. I did the playthrough of Roots and what do you call the other guy, Mud. Now that was a grindy game. I will absolutely openly admit, I'll say it right now, is that was a grindy game. It was pretty long as well. Not as long as this, but it was pretty long and grindy. There were certainly some interesting things about the game, but you know, I don't want to overwhelm you with too many very long videos, and I basically want to put it to you. If you've stuck around to this point and you've watched to here and you enjoyed this and you like this kind of puzzly, really figure it out, really go through the strategy, and to hear me really talk through it, hopefully that's of interest to some of you, and some of you are enjoying that. If you have, and if you've enjoyed it, drop me a comment. Let me know that you like it and you'd like to see the other playthrough, and if I get people coming and telling me they want to see the other one, you know what, I'll just post it. But if I don't have anybody letting me know, that's also okay. I just won't post it, and I'll just kind of assume that let's take it easy a little bit on the long videos and let's try to speed it up. So totally fine either way, but do let me know. Hit me up in the comments either way, even if you don't have anything to say about that one. If you've got something to say about either just the playthrough in general, the spirits, the adversary, anything really there that you find of interest, please do hit me up. I'm really intrigued to always hear what people have to say. I'm the very guy who'll be in other people's videos breaking down and commenting about what it could have been done better, and I'm more than happy to hear that. If you've seen some things in here that you think were not done so optimally or whatever, please do get involved in the chat. I love to hear it. So I'll leave it there. Thanks so much again. We will catch you next week. Then next Sunday we'll drop the podcast episode about France. So in the meantime, have a great week. Thanks for stopping by. Take it easy.